All right, what's your name and what number are you in line?
Kim, number 1.
All right, hey guys, you ready for President Trump?
Yes.
All right, let's go. All right.
Yep.
Are we fired up today? That's it.
Hey, Donald Trump.
There we go. What's your message for President Trump?
We love you, Donald Trump.
There you go.
Welcome to Middleton.
Yeah, we're in Middleton. Let's go. All right. The line just keeps going and going, doesn't it?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, how are you?
Good, good. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm assuming you spent the night here.
Yes.
That's awesome. Thanks for coming. That's great. Look at this. Are we fired up for President Trump? Yeah. Since I posted up that video this morning, I wanted to update you on just how far the line goes now. Okay, that way, where these people are walking, that is towards the entrance, okay? Originally, I stopped at about the sign there that says, come this way, I'll show you. The sign that says, welcome President Donald J. Trump. That's where I originally stopped. But now, since then, let's flip the line over. It goes all the way down to whatever intersection is down there, and then wraps around in dog legs to the left. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. So anyway, big crowd here. Now, can all these people fit in there? As of right now, they can. But if this continues for the next several hours, it will be sold out here at the Villages.
They're going to do a great job in protecting them, and, you know, he's not scared.
While students at the Villages Charter High School have online assignments Friday, 18-year-old James Calabrese says he's hoping to attend the president's speech.
It's been pretty cool. You know, not everyone gets to experience having the president of the United States of America come to your school.
Hi, good afternoon, Dana. Thousands of people are in line right now. We got here at about 5:30 this morning. One man actually slept here from 11 o'clock last night. He slept on an air mattress just to see the president speak. You want to be on Fox News? Look at those chants. This has been going on all morning. This is like the Coachella of Central Florida. And these fans are enthusiastic, waiting for the president to show up at around 3 o'clock this afternoon.
USA! USA!
There we go. This comes after the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting last weekend, the first public appearance by the president, and after he signed that executive order yesterday to try to get more people access to retirement plans.
Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account. You'll then be able to access the same type of retirement accounts that federal employees enjoy through the thrift savings plans, which are incredible. Low-income Americans will be eligible to receive up to $1,000 per year in matching funds deposited directly into their accounts.
The number of Americans, mainly mid to low income, who don't have access to employer-based retirement plans, that's 41 million. So you ask yourself, how many of those people can be helped by a Trump account?
Well, this is an amazing new concept that Donald Trump came up with. And you're talking about, as you just said, over 40 million people who will now not just be workers, Bill, but they'll be owners. They'll own companies as well by owning stock. You put in $1,000, the government will put in $500. Incidentally, if you start doing that, you know, at age 22, 23, and you do that till you're 65, you're going to have $2 or $3 million in those accounts or more, Bill. So I love this. We're going to be a nation of owners today, and we're going to see, I think you're going to see huge numbers of people sign up right away for this. It's a good deal for workers.
Yep.
And the
afternoon, everybody. As you saw in the video, it is a beautiful, sparkling day here in South Florida. Actually, they're quite a few miles north of me up in mid Florida or so. But, you know, the word I use a lot with you guys is contrast. And what you just saw was a huge crowd getting bigger by the minute that's going to go see President Trump that was singing the national anthem. And I just want you to contrast it with this, with that insanity of going across the country. These people are, well, no, it's not, this time it's not No Kings. This time it's not BLM. Now it's May Day. They have a different day to protest everything. And this time they're dragging kids into it. And they're just doing the craziest of stuff. And so, you know, while we're celebrating the rally today, and we're going to see excited faces, and I hope you're excited, I had to put up this video, and as you saw in my thumbnail, in case you didn't see it, and it's the theme of what I'm going to be talking about today before the rally starts. And that being, why the hell are these people so mad all the time? What is it? Why are you mad? Most of them are unaffected by just about anything government does other than pay them. But are you mad because, I don't know, your SNAP benefits got pulled back? You might have to get a job? That's radical. Oh my gosh, that's extreme. That we're not going to kowtow to racism and draw special districts? Nah, that's extreme. What else could it be? We want to stop crime? We want to stop people who aren't supposed to be here from being here? That we don't want to see those people who aren't supposed to be here committing crimes and letting back out on the street with judges? What exactly are you pissed off about? And you know, I'm being, as they say, rhetorical right now, but at the same time, I'm trying to, what is it? What are you pissed off about? I don't get it. What is wrong in your life at this point that you think President Trump and MAGA are screwing you over? Why don't you just go live your life? I mean, look at this money they're throwing at them.
The Democratic National Committee. I mean, it's communism and socialism going mainstream.
Well, and look what's going on in their party. I mean, these are philosophies that are permeating to the highest levels. I mean,
you see, what's going on has nothing to do with anger per se, as much as they hate America. That's what they're mad at. They are mad at America, and they don't know how they're going to change it. And at the same time, it's only like a certain swath of America. They hate white people. Let's just admit it. Even the white people protesting hate white people. How do I know this? How am I positive of it? I've mentioned it before. You see anybody protesting watching the millionaires run around a basketball court? No. You see anybody protesting watching the millionaires run up and down a football field? Nope. So what's the qualification of the millionaire that you don't like? How do you define which one of those people, oh, black millionaires good, white millionaires bad? Or rather, white millionaires who support us, like Code Pink and some of these other things, those are good. None of what you're doing makes sense, which means you're freaking insane. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that there is no standard. They can't point and go, that's what we're pissed off at. That right there is what we're mad at. You're fascist, you're Hitler, all the blah, 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 blah stuff. What are you mad at? And they can't define it because they're mad at everything, because their lives, even for the people who don't, suck really bad. That's what they think. Meanwhile, it's a Friday afternoon across the country. As I've looked at some of these rallies, as you can see here, looking at this rally right there, it's a beautiful day, spring day in whatever crazy town this is. Why aren't you, if your life sucks so bad, how are you not working? How are you out on the street doing your craziness? And if he was Hitler, If he was a fascist, how do you explain your ability to do what we're all watching? How can you explain Democrats getting behind a guy in Maine who's an avowed Nazi, but say that was before he was a Nazi? Oh, he's not a Nazi anymore. He's a good Nazi. None of it makes any sense. These people are devoid of any ability to come to some conclusion as to what exactly do you want. I don't know. If you look at this rally here or this walking protest and the blowing the horns and everything else that they're doing, the signs don't even coincide. You got get out the war in Iran, give more money to black people, stop this, stop. I mean, what is it you want? What's the, if I were going to write you a prescription right now, let me fix everything. What do you want? We want Trump dead. Yeah, I know that. And we want MAGA's gone. Okay. How does it change your life? You've seen so many people do these man on the street videos. What's this sign say? It's going too fast. Defy bully. Okay. Healthcare, not wealth care. What? You're walking down a street on asphalt in a sunny day. Obviously, you have the shape to walk your behind down and say no wealth care. So we've seen two different signs now. Okay, we saw bullying, we saw wealth care or home care, not wealth care. We're probably going to see like 20 other signs. Killer ice, I see. Everything bothers them. I guess what I'm trying to tell you today, and we'll get into it further, these people are bat poop crazy. What do we got this? I couldn't see that one. Impeach. I like that. That's what I was trying to tell you. Look, most of the time when I've either gone to a rally or some sort of event, there was some cohesion. We all got together for the same thing. These people, it's a sunny day and we got signs. Let's use them. It doesn't really matter what they're for. And then I would tackle it back at them. I wouldn't ask them what they want this time. I would say, based upon your presence here, what are the Democrats going to do to give you what you want? Huh? Very simple question. Let's say, for right now, sake of argument, I agree with what you're saying. How do you think the Democrats are going to fix it? And you're setting them up for the second question. And the second question is, if that's the case, why didn't Kamala and Biden fix it? Why didn't Obama fix it? Did Trump do all of this in a year, in 2 months? Is he a couple of months? Did he do this? Is he the one who created all this? No, not him. So how is it anti-MAGA, anti-fascist when everything that you're complaining about, which here's some more signs. What do these signs say? I can't impeach something. I can't tell it because he's dirty. What this one, it doesn't make any sense. It's like a cosplay. And they don't know even why they're there. Trust me, I went to one of these things. Hey, you got a 401k? I remember, I got to cut that. I asked the guy, everything else, I'm losing money. How's your 401k doing? He didn't want to talk to me. No kings. Impeach somebody, Trump, obviously, Congress. These people, hey, man. I just can't. Code Pink, they're all out there. It's just a great sunny day. Hey, listen in for a second. I think the funniest sign that I saw, the sign that made me just like guffaw out loud and almost spit up my drink, was when I saw the sign that says, "Free Cuba. Free Cuba by leaving them in communist control." Anybody you guys want to take a swing at that one? You got people who could barely eat dirt and you're like, free Cuba and leave them in communism because that's the way, when every single person there will tell you, it ain't working. These people, for workers' rights. What rights don't you have as a worker? I mean, I know you guys look at this stuff with the same degree of confusion that most people in America do and go, no ICE, no to war, Trump must go. You didn't have Trump a year ago. He's only been there since January of 2025. All the things you're complaining about have been there way before he got there. So what do you think the Democrats are going to do? Well, they're going to stop ICE. They're going to let everybody into the country we want. Okay. How are you going to eat? What do you mean? Well, how are you going to afford to pay them and pay you slouches? Oh, we're going to just take everything. We're going to do like Mondami. How's that working out? I guess we have to step back and just think to ourselves, we're in trouble. We are in big trouble. I'll go into this in depth as we go forward here because we got a lot to talk about today. I mean, a whole lot to talk about because there's just so much to fit in and hitting these buttons and pulling up this video and that video. And I'm concerned about the country. And I'll get into that as we go forward. Let me, SB, help me, brother.
You know, Jack Nicholson said it in the original Batman. This town needs an enema.
You know, it wouldn't be so bad if you know, you remember in the 60s when the Love Childs and everything.
Oh,
what were they collectively protesting?
Getting wasted, I think. No, it was against the war and everything, you know. It was
the Vietnam War. There was a collective message. We want to end the Vietnam War. That was pretty much it. There may have been some fringes, but that was it. This here, it's like it's the warm smell of collectivism that Mondami was talking about, because everybody can protest about everything and nobody gets anything. So you just stay mad. It's crazy. But I'm really concerned about the country. I have to tell you, and I'm not saying we're going to lose the midterms. I think what the Democrats are doing right now are just stirring it up. This thing is going to just go boom.
Create discord and unrest. I mean, Fox News just exposed the $2 billion red-blue network behind today's May Day chaos, a sprawling communist-style operation organizing 3,000 protests across the country, calling for Americans to skip work, school, and shopping. Pure disruption, anti-American to the core. As one host put it, socialism is the philosophy of failure, the creed of ignorance, and the gospel of envy. Exactly. These clowns want to shut everything down while the rest of us actually build the country.
And then take the money that you make for doing so that allows them to go run around for free. I mean, that's the epitome of insanity. And as I'm watching this communistic stuff grow, and they say there's another one that is going to run for mayor, and Bernie's supporting this Nazi in Maine, and I'm like, if people don't watch out, you're going to be in big trouble. I mean, seriously, no wonder I keep saying it, but Ron DeSantis has been all over the news the last 24 hours because he just keeps spanking them. And it's like pretty much we need to put up a wall at the Georgia border or something. Stay out. Don't come down here no more. It's, Robin and I are going to go out to dinner tonight, and Ashley's enjoying herself. She's on vacation. She's in Iceland today. So she's having a great time. Huh?
Okay.
She's over there and enjoying the hot springs and the cold weather. So you're gonna get sick when you come back here. And meanwhile, in Raleigh, where she lives, they're just going crazy. But they're picking on these college kids, these impressionable college kids. And now it's, as I'm going to show you, it's getting even worse because they're going after grade school and high school. So it's really bad.
Did you see about the protesters are attempting to chain themselves to the New York Stock Exchange in New York City?
Good.
It just came out. They're blaming others for the fact that they're poor. Maybe if they'd be less poor if they were working instead of doing this during the middle of the day. I mean, that's my solution. I actually have a solution for it.
I hope they continue, and I hope the rest of Wall Street leaves and goes to Florida and Texas. Screw them. Just let them have what they want, and you can put the bull down here, on one of the boulevards. We love it. We don't care. Let them fester in their own insanity. That's how I've given up trying to convince them. I mean, I pray for them, but I can't do anything for them because you, me, many of the people here who have been around for some time have worked for a long time, and we're just watching people who don't want to do anything, and they get mad because you did. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard crap about boomers slam the door behind them and they're not letting. What do you mean let? Yeah, there were boomers, I guess, per se, when we were growing up, older people, and didn't stop us from living a life, but I don't know. Yeah. All right, let me get into it.
I'm looking forward to the rally, getting some seeing happy people, having a good time in the sun and fun. Like I'm going to do this. Goodbye.
And after I get back from this word from one of our sponsors, President Trump, so I had to bump the show stuff back because he, as he normally does, he walked out in front of the White House and made some comments. So I'm going to show that as well.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back at you. All right. Let me go ahead and tell you guys about Brightcore. Many of you guys know that not only do I work with Brightcore, but I am a Brightcore client, I could say, in terms of me taking their stuff. And I want you to know, did you know that U.S. life expectancy peaked at 78 years old in 2014? That's not that old. That's not too far away from where I already am. So I want to make sure I'm still there. And global life expectancy is declining for the first time in 30 years. Because people are aging faster than ever before. This is due to more toxins in the air, chemicals in our soil and in our food, and other external factors that are new to us. What most people don't know is that we can actually fight aging. I'm sorry, you won't believe what I just looked at over here. We can fight aging on a cellular level. And there have been studies that have actually shown that to be completely true. Scientists discovered that kimchi actually slows the aging process of human cells, helping protect them and delay aging at the cellular level. The power of nature can indeed outweigh the power of pharmaceuticals, and without the nasty side effects. And now you can get all the benefits of kimchi in a simple capsule with Kimchi One. Each capsule delivers over 900 probiotic strains, plus antioxidants and enzymes that support your digestion, your metabolism, and your skin health from the inside out. As we age, we become more susceptible to microbial threats and all kinds of stuff. Kimchi One is a natural antimicrobial, helping your body fight off harmful bacteria, viruses, and even toxins while boosting immunity and energy. Best of all, Kimchi One is 100% made in the USA. It's all natural, all non-GMO. Support your gut, protect yourselves, and feel younger every day with Kimchi One. And if you'd like to get some Kimchi One, all you have to do is go to brightcore.com/Barry. Brightcore.com/Barry. You can get an exclusive offer by clicking the link also in the link in the description below. Just use code Barry for 25% off your entire order. Or for an even better deal, call my friends at Brightcore for up to 50% off your order and free shipping. Give them a call now at 888-418-6738. I giggled because I looked over and I saw somebody in a costume and at these rallies, and it just made me laugh at these nuts. I mean, they're just crazy. I mean, I feel bad for, I don't know if I feel bad for them, but it kind of makes me chuckle when I see people in the media and they're on these stations and they can't possibly support the crap that they're seeing. There's no way. Anyway, we'll be right back, and I've got some information from President Trump.
One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
The new Iranian proposal, please.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Why are you not seeking congressional approval to extend it?
Because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional. But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
Are you willing to send anybody to Islamabad, your envoy?
We have great respect for Pakistan and Islamabad and tremendous respect for the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal. And they're working with us. They continue to work with us. But the trip is a very long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiate right now, in terms of the negotiation telephonically. They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there. There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran. The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4. And it's a very disjointed leadership. And with that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up. I spoke with the winner, a very good man. As you know, I was very strongly in favor of him in Iraq. And we had a long conversation yesterday. I congratulated him. He won, and with our help, he won, and we want him to do very well. And I told him that the United States is with him all the way. It was a great victory. The new head of Iraq is somebody that we support very strongly.
Pakistan has opened the land route with Iran. Did they consult you before opening it up to Iran? And are you aware of it?
That was a vicious bee. I know everything about it. Yeah, I have great respect. Are you from Pakistan? I have great respect for Pakistan and for the Field Marshal and for the Prime Minister. Yeah, I know that.
On the European Union yesterday, you talked about Italy and the withdrawal of troops from Europe, from Italy and Spain. Can you clarify with your words?
Well, I'm not happy with Italy and I'm not happy with Spain. And they feel it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Anybody that feels it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon is not very smart. And it'll be a terrible thing in the future. If they were ever allowed to have a nuclear weapon, you would have problems the likes of which the world has never seen before, and it's not going to happen. And aside from that, right now they have no Navy, it's been wiped out, no Air Force, it's been wiped out. They have no anything. They have no anti-aircraft, they have no radar, they have no leaders, because frankly, their leaders are very disjointed. They have a lot of problems right now. They're not getting along with each other. Their leaders are not getting along with each other. So we raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have. So based on that, now, when they build their plants, of which they're spending over $100 billion, all countries, not just the Union. And when those plants open, there won't be any tariffs. But we raised the tariffs because they were not, as usual, they were not adhering to the agreement that we have. We have a trade deal with the European Union.
All right, you're listening to President Trump there outside the White House taking questions from reporters. He's on his way to Florida, but again, he stopped by to take some questions from reporters as they ask about the ongoing war with Iran. Let's listen in.
They essentially have no military. Let me just say, you're the war powers. So many presidents, as you know, have gone and exceeded it. It's never been used. It's never been adhered to, and every other president considered it totally unconstitutional, and we agree with that.
Will Iran affect your China trip, given the blockade?
No, China, it's going to be amazing. The visit with China and Chairman Xi, that's going to be great. We have the trip with China coming up. And I think it'll be an amazing event.
Mr. President, if you can't get a deal on Iran, what next? What will you do?
Well, right now we have negotiations going on. They're not getting there. They are very disjointed. They're extremely disjointed. They're not able to get along with each other as leaders. They don't know who the leader is. Their military has been defeated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to build back that country, but we're not satisfied at this moment.
Are you considering new strikes on Iran?
Why would I tell you that?
Spirit Airlines, what has been the holdup on the deal?
We're looking at it. We're looking at trying to help them. Something we're not looking to get involved with, but if we can, it's 14,000 jobs. I would say we're driving a tough deal, but it's one of those things. We'll do it or we won't. We'll have something for you today or tomorrow.
It seems like the other lenders are balking. They think they'll get bumped down in priority.
Well, they will. We come first. Hey, you know what it is? USA first, America first. That's my point. Including with airlines, including with Intel. You know, we made an Intel deal. You know that, right? We made about $40 billion on that. And someday Fox and Peter is going to talk about it. But we helped out Intel, and we ended up making $40 billion. So we're looking at Spirit, different kind of a thing. But we're looking at Spirit, and we can help them, we will. But we have to come first. We're first. It's America first.
The CEO of Anthropic came to meet Susie Wiles a week or two ago. What is the latest on your position on that company?
Well, only that they had a very good meeting.
You had the CENTCOM commander come in here yesterday. Was he briefing you on a different approach, options? What kind of options? How would it look different?
There are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I'd
and
prefer
finish him
not.
forever?
On a human basis, I'd prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy and just blast them away, or do we want to do something? They're a very disjointed leadership, as you can understand, Peter, very disjointed. I mean, they're not getting along with each other, and it puts us in a bad position. One group wants to make a certain deal, the other group wants to make a certain deal, including the hardliners. The hardliners want to make a deal, too. Why wouldn't they? They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft, they have no nothing.
There were some reports this week that because of all the firepower required for epic fury, that there are people in the White House who are starting to worry about our inventory of bombs and missiles. Are you worried?
No, we have more than we've ever had, actually. Because all over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started. But, we're all over the world. We're in many, many different countries, many different places, all packed up. Now, what happened is Biden came in like a stupid fool, and he gave a lot of what we had to Ukraine.
Right.
And $350 billion they spent. We don't do that. Everybody has to pay. The European Union pays us, but Biden didn't get money. He got nothing. But he gave a lot of the inventory away. Now, relatively speaking, it's not that, but it was a lot of inventory. He gave it to Ukraine. We built it up, but we have inventory from all over the world.
Are you going to go to the G7? The G7 is in France in June. Will you go to it?
Probably.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon? Mr. President? President NATO.
What about NATO?
Did the king change your mind? King Charles?
No. The king and I had a great, he's just a great person. He's a high-quality person. I love the job he did in Congress. He actually got the Democrats to stand. He's a wonderful person. She's a wonderful lady, a wonderful queen, and we had a good time.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon at the White House?
Yeah, they're going to be coming.
And President Trump, when you go to this is going to be your first big public event since somebody tried to kill you on Saturday. Do you feel safe going to something like this today?
I don't even think about it, Peter.
You still support a pardon for Pete Rose, sir?
Oh, I think Pete Rose was great. I think Pete Rose should have been in the Baseball Hall of Fame a long time ago. A long time ago before his death. I think baseball did a great disservice by not respecting his achievements on the field. He was a great player. I knew him.
Mr. President, sir.
He was a great player.
Will you pardon him?
It seems like you're happy with your blockade and you don't have to restart the war or you don't have to make a deal. Is that correct? Are you happy with his blockade?
The blockade has been unbelievable. Powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that. We're negotiating with them. Their teams are unbelievably disjointed, but we are negotiating.
Mr. President, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 posted their biggest monthly gain since your first term, sir. Can you talk about what this means to you, the stock market performance, and do you believe that this is going to continue throughout the rest of your term?
Thank you. The stock market is hitting record numbers. We have more people working in the USA today than we've ever had working, as you know. It's in many ways. Now, when this war ends, gasoline and oil and everything is going to come tumbling down. But right now, as of this moment, the stock market has hit record highs. We have more people, again, working in the United States today than at any time in the history of our country. We are really doing well. Now, gasoline's high. Other prices are way down, but gasoline's high. But when this is over, you'll have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, the world would be in great jeopardy. So it's not going to happen. As soon as the war ends,
the gasoline prices.
Now, sir, you're going down to the villages. You're going to be talking to our seniors. You've delivered for seniors, no tax on Social Security, most favored nations. Can you talk about everything that you've done to help our senior population, sir?
Well, no tax on tips. We have the largest tax cuts in the history of our country also, and regulation cuts, and it's one of the reasons we're doing so well. So we have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. We have no tax on overtime. And you know, something that nobody talks about, if you buy a car, if it's American made, you get a deduction on interest for income tax purposes. And by the way, very importantly, right over there, the greatest, you're going to have the greatest ballroom ever built. It's on time, on budget, and it's doing great.
And Mr. President, you're going to be hosting the first ever UFC fight at the White House in 45 days, sir. Can you preview the event? Can you talk about the card and what this will mean?
They have some of the greatest champions in the world. The arena, they're going to start building it over the next week. It's right here. It'll be about 5,000 seats. They'll have 100,000 people down by the ellipse with screens, and it's all free. It's going to be great. I got to go.
Thank you,
So I agree with many of you about not having patience, because I couldn't talk to these people the whole time either. I find it funny that the people who were so climate oriented, who wanted to take away your ability to drive gas powered vehicles, are so concerned about gas prices. Has anybody thought of that? Has anybody thought that the same people who don't want you driving are now complaining about gas prices? They are such great manipulators. I'm going to show you some things here. I think we got some time. I can move into it. That basically shows you these people are, as I would call them, bitch merchants. All they like to do is stir up crap. They don't like to tell the truth. They don't want people to focus on truth. They just showed a banner up on the television. It said that before the Iranian war, or operation, whatever you had it, depending on where you live, gas was $3.70, $3.80. Depending on where you live now, it's $4.30, $4.40. 50 cents. They have made this into such a huge thing that it tops the news, because they have to build up animosity and adversarialness. But what you're going to see, well, you know, maybe these people are retired down here in Florida. Maybe it is indeed a different world, but you're not going to see the craziness that's going on in all these different places. By the way, how did the people who are protesting get to where they're protesting? Is there anybody in the media? Anybody? These people don't live in downtown Manhattan. These people don't live in Raleigh. How did they get to the protest? They drove. They got bused, meaning they had to use gas. When you sit back and look at things from a 30,000-foot view and go, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense at all. What we're really seeing is the advocacy of communism. They love it. They want communism in this country because they've got this crazy idea that that's the utopia. That nirvana is going to change everything. We won't have to work. We'll get rid of the billionaires. We'll get rid of rich people, and everything will be fine until there's no rich people to produce the stuff that they need. The very signs that they're carrying, the hats that they're wearing. Who the hell's going to do all that? After you get done sweating in the sun, you need water. You're getting water. Who's going to provide all of that? Oh, I didn't think about that. I thought, we would just take over their companies. Good luck with that. I mean, seriously, you have to be a complete dysfunctioning moron to think what these people are doing. Let me tell you about chapter, and we're gonna jump in before President Trump comes on. As you know, Medicare can be quite confusing. As someone personally who turned 65 back last, I don't want to give out my birthday, but a while ago, about 6 months ago, I can confirm this. keeping track of enrollment periods, understanding all your options, and making sure you're on the right plan takes a lot of time and energy. And between Medicare scams, corrupt agents, bloated insurance companies, it's easy to make mistakes that can cost you thousands. That's why I'm extremely happy that Robin and I called Chapter right after we brought them on as a partner. You can see they've been a partner for quite some time because I'm happy with them. And many of you here in Fanfare have been happy with them. They're actually honest. And the only Medicare advisor that I found that looks at every plan nationwide, helping people save an average of $1,100 a year. $100 a month that you'll get saved. That's some gas money right there. People are relieved when they talk to Chapter. These guys won't push you to buy a plan you don't want or can't afford. And your support is completely free. So if you're turning 65 soon or have questions about your Medicare coverage, call them at 475-328-3545 to get the most out of Medicare. Most people, when they speak to Chapter, they just wish they had called sooner because they do such a good job. So let me move into content I have for you real quick. SB, I'll come to you in a second, but I got to get this in. All right, here we go.
Mr. President, you and I we've gone way back about.
No man should ever enter where we are going. Beware what lurks in the depths of the libtard zone.
All right, so before we start, let me just tell you, I could have done 2 hours of libtardery today. But I broke it down to, we're going to talk about the May Day protests that are going on, and then we're going to go into some other stuff.
Skip shopping, skip all of it. Nearly 500 groups planning more than 750 events across the country. We're keeping a close eye on the biggest rallies expected in New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, Washington, and of course, Minneapolis. I'm Aisha Hasni in for Harris Faulkner today. Organizers are putting their progressive message front and center on this Friday, and they say they want to see higher taxes on the rich. Tax the rich. ICE abolish.
So I'd like to ask you, first of all, how do you define rich? See, that's something, again, like with fair share and all this stuff, they never can define that word. Of course, it always, defaults to billionaires. We shouldn't have any billionaires. Well, you don't have any billionaires. It's not your money. But it'll start there and it'll come down and it'll always be something that moves. It's a moving target because people can't define rich. It's very hard for people to define rich. I see people down here who come from up north and think they're really rich. And they find out you can't even sleep in the crew house. Rich is relative. But when you're talking to people who don't have anything and don't want to work for anything, they could be talking about you. I don't think enough of you have thought about that. When people don't want to work, when they don't want to have to buy their own food, when they don't want to have to do anything, it's an easy definition or word to say you want to tax them because what they're really saying is you're rich. And I know many of you watching are like, I'm not rich. Well, since rich is quite subjective, you could be rich compared to somebody else. Don't look away and go, this is just for Elon. No, this is for guys like Trump. No, because the person who doesn't have anything would consider you rich. You own your house, you own your car, you have food in the pantry, you might be called rich. So I think one of the things I wanted to tell everybody today was don't look at this. Don't look at their slogans here as you're going to be okay if they get in power. Because I'm pretty sure, well, not pretty sure, I am 100% sure, because I've talked to people from Cuba in South Florida. Rich was quite subjective because all of a sudden you didn't have anything. When Castro came in, you might have been a doctor, you might have been a lawyer, you had some profession, and they considered everybody rich. And we're going to take it all. And that reality is a cold, hard slap for people who haven't really thought to themselves, what does rich mean? Nobody would ever misconstrue me as rich. Oh, yeah, they would. Yeah, they would. Your wife have any jewelry? You have a suit? You have nice shoes? You have a cell phone? Oh, you might be rich. And if they get in office, they're coming for you.
And wars opposed. Those are some of the rallying cries behind today's protests that our critics are now saying are flat out un-American. So these May Day walkouts and staffing issues are disrupting schools, our kids' educations, especially in blue states and cities like Madison, Wisconsin, like Chicago. Out in North Carolina, more than 20 districts are affected by these protests. One Wisconsin mom says this is more than just a day off.
I'm in shock, although maybe I shouldn't be considering the history of the Madison Metropolitan School District, but they are turning schools into political staging grounds, and this is where they've crossed the line. They are not just indoctrinating the kids in the classroom, they are encouraging actively for students to leave the classroom and go march in the streets with teachers, with administrators.
They are taking kids, as I showed you, they are taking kids out of schools and so showing them this is what you're supposed to do. This is how we fight democracy, or whatever they want to say. This is how you do it. And little impressionable kids are out there protesting today. And if you think the people protesting don't know what the hell they're protesting for, what do you think the kids think they're there for? They have no idea. It's all about indoctrination. And the worst part about it, it's being, advocated by the government.
The Chicago Teachers Union already pushing for a full day off for students. Here is the message that I put out there, quote, "We are not living through ordinary times. His agents are tear gassing our neighborhoods, are talking about Donald Trump. Our students have something to say, and we as educators have a responsibility to speak up and support them in finding their voice."
All right, so here's the first question I said earlier. What are they mad at? They're mad because his agents are tear gassing our neighbors. So they're outright lying to the kids. And their first grievance in terms of this letter by the Teachers Association. Understand this. The Teachers Association, who almost their first job should be protecting children. Yes, we want you to teach children, but while they are in your care, you're supposed to be protecting them. And instead of protecting children, you are exposing them. You are saying, get out there, as because Trump is tear gassing our neighbors. I guarantee you, those kids don't know anybody who's been tear gassed. And if they do know people who have been tear gassed, then their parents should be looked at. When's the last time you saw somebody tear gassed, Billy? And if Billy even knows what tear gas is, you have a problem. But they're telling these kids, impressionable minds. Hey, yeah, they're out there tear gassing our neighbors.
Vision, their agency, and their place in the community. They're talking about your kids. Our senior correspondent, Mike Tobin, is in Chicago waiting for these protests to kick off. Hi, Mike.
And this is where it's going to start, Aisha. You can see some people are showing up already with pop-up tents and some of their pickets that they're going to carry through these demonstrations, ultimately marching into Chicago's loop. It's a big day for the American left, advocating everything from the Democratic Party to socialism. You got some 600 groups, including communists, with a $2 billion budget that are funding some 3,000 protests. Now,
wait a second. I thought we were supposed to tax the rich. I thought you're telling these kids, eat the rich, tax the rich. Capitalism is bad. Money is bad. You don't need any money. We're going to do but we need $2 billion. Again, none of this stuff makes any sense if you actually sit back and think. You need $2 billion just for this protest. Never mind, no kings. You're bringing in billions. And in order to bring in billions, you have to be collecting it from people who got lots of money. The same people who are supporting anti-capitalist protest are huge capitalists themselves. And you, as a protester, have to reconcile that. You have to say, oh, we're gonna need $2 billion here to go to this protest today. $2 billion, but we hate capitalism. I want to tell you something. Let me just show you this. Is it this speed?
You should live in fear.
No, it's this speed. All right. So they're at this protest today, and they've got so many different things that they have to fight for. It's protect workers, protect immigrants, blah, blah, blah. But she's on stage talking. And during the break, I was, monitoring this insanity. And having had to do concerts myself, I looked at this and went, that stage, those speakers, the monitors, the microphones, everything you see there, especially the stage and the sound setup, you're looking at about $20,000 per location just to set up that measly stage. But yeah, money's bad, except when the billionaires are giving us the money.
Here in Chicago, the very powerful Chicago Teachers Union had advocated for the day off of school so the students could attend these rallies. The superintendents of schools shut that down, but struck a compromise to provide school buses at the end of the day so the students could attend these rallies.
Wait. No, the school district didn't supply bull crap. You did. Your money is paying, if you live in that area, is paying for the indoctrination of the kids. The school district, they don't own the buses. Maybe they do, but they bought the buses with money that comes from the city budget that came from taxpayers, and all the gas and everything else, and the driver are being paid by people's money. The same people who they don't want to have to put up any money. We should have been communism. Where's your communist bus? If you detach and think, it makes no sense.
This is just a move of the political left, and the unions are really a political party. They're a left-wing political party in Chicago and other major cities.
It's absolutely absurd, and it really speaks to the distraction that the teachers union is bringing into classrooms. This really amounts to a state-sponsored protest at the end of the day.
Bingo. So what you're seeing is Chicago, New York, they've already fallen. It is a state-sponsored activity. Once you see this get into the schools, and once you see the schools providing transport, can you imagine? Go back to when you were in grammar school or high school, and if a bus pulled up, and you're putting kids on the bus, and the teachers took you to see porn, the families would be, well, I think most families would be outraged. They'd want to just take some teachers' faces apart. They would do anything. How dare you take my kids and take them to a porn theater? But now the same school systems are taking people to go do stupid stuff.
Now, acknowledging that 1 out of 5 CPS 8th graders can read at grade level, and 4th graders, you've got 1 out of 4 that are up to speed across all of the curriculum.
Meanwhile, while we're going to show them how to protest and how to show them that capitalism sucks, we can count on the fact that none of them can count. 75% of them are functioning illiterates, which makes it easy to force impressionable stuff onto them. If you don't know and don't have any discernment, especially that age, it's easy to force feed you crap. They can't read, they can't act, they don't know nothing about math, 75% of them, and then you were expecting these kids to have some sort of ability to be functioning adults in society as they move forward. They can't. They're doomed. Doomed.
Students were in school today, but the curriculum was changed. According to Channel 5, the curriculum includes social justice and transgender rights classes all the way down to kindergarten level. Now, here at Union Park, where it's supposed to get started, we don't really have any crowds started yet, but wait till school gets out and the buses start rolling.
Across the world will commemorate what's called May Day. It's also known as International Workers' Day. And the Chicago Teachers Union had pushed to have the day off school to participate. Instead, though, the CTU and Chicago Public Schools reached a compromise for participation in today's civic action events. As part of that agreement, the district will provide buses for some students and teachers to attend a rally in Union Park at 1 this afternoon. School participation is determined by the principal, though, and students and teachers can opt out of the rally and stay at school. Some parents have voiced concerns about how this will impact the quality of instruction for those that stay.
Statewide protests.
And they ended their story. Like, well, you want to talk to some of these parents? You know, you can opt out, I guess. I don't know how you opt out if everybody else is getting on the bus. Your kid's probably got to get on the bus too. They're like, no, Joe, you're not getting on the bus. You and Sally get your butts home. You're not going to go down to this rally, this protest. What the hell are you protesting? You got a bed? Yes. You going to eat tonight? Yeah. You got new Air Jordans? Yeah. Well, what do you mean you're protesting?
More than 20 school districts canceled classes today. Chicago stopped short of canceling classes, but the mayor is encouraging kids to join the protest today.
And so, young people today, you're here by choice. You are here because you are creating action that will turn into power. Do not let anyone take your power away from you as young people. Thank you for being a part of this movement. Thank you for raising your voices as young people.
You're here out of choice. Really? I'm pretty sure I had to go to school. Even if because we went to private school, it was a little bit different, but you had to go to school even in public schools, or they sent truant officers over to your house. So what do you mean you're here by choice? Did something change? You're here because this is where you're supposed to be. How the hell are we telling young kids that going to school is a choice? That is absurd, especially when you see these numbers.
And as we mentioned yesterday, these rallies come as our nation's kids struggle with math and reading proficiency, especially in
grades 3 through 8. Under half of them can frickin' read. They're still looking at Dr. Seuss. Only a quarter of them can do math. It actually got worse. By the time you get to junior in high school, that's what they should have put, junior in high school. How the hell did that happen? How were you okay reading in grades 3 through 8? You're like, okay, I'm right at about that. Yeah, you know, most of us are gonna do well. The other half are gonna fail. But how did it go down? What happened between the time they got into high school? That's criminal. That is absolutely criminal. How do you look at this and go, look at the stats right in front of you right there. You can see grade 3 through 8, 42% proficiency. Grade 3 through 8, 27% proficiency. By the time they're juniors in high school, grade 11, yes, that's junior, they can't read and they can't write. So you're telling me not only can they not read or write, they forgot how to read and forgot how to do some math. As they got older, it became, we're in big trouble. Maybe that's why they're angry, because they don't even know what they're angry about. Maybe because they're just wandering around.
Chicago. So who's funding these protests? Well, a Fox News digital probe shows that an American-born tech tycoon is a key financial backer behind hundreds of groups organizing thousands of rallies today. The report says a range of leftist organizations are leading a network of hardline communists and socialists. It also claims that the businessman is promoting propaganda on behalf of the CCP. So the socialist...
Billions again. So how do Democrats make that make sense? You're telling people tax the rich, eat the rich, billionaires bad. Oh my gosh, you hate billionaires. We don't need billionaires, except for the billionaires who give us the money so that we can get stages and signs and everything else. It's so hypocritical. I'd be angry too because you're messing with my brain.
Are getting the kids to skip school. What could go wrong there? Professor, your thoughts?
Well, like you said, in the People's Republic of Berkeley, every day is May Day. So, and I want to send up a May Day, get me out of there. But look, I was just walking over here and I tried to get into the New York Public Library, and there was a May Day protest trying to prevent people from reading. And that's what's going on all around the country. They don't want people to read, because if you read, you would know your history. And history shows socialism has failed every time we've tried it.
All right, just to let you guys know, as I'm monitoring everything, they have pushed the event back to 3:15. So you're not missing anything, but they pushed it back to 3:15 because who knows? Maybe it's too. Hopefully nothing's wrong, but it is now 3:15 instead of 3 o'clock, in case you were wondering. All right, so you're seeing some of this stuff now. These people must wake up mad. They must go to bed mad. They have no idea why they're even mad. The whole day in between getting up and going to bed, they seethe with rage. What is it that makes them feel this way? Why would you do this?
American students here to destroy the United States. So, of course, they're also telling the kids, come support us, because this is about the teacher. Teachers' unions have no right to get kids out of class to support their political activities. This should be investigated. I mean, this is illegal.
I mean, it's their job to teach students. They are.
How can this not be illegal? Many of you are parents or grandparents. What would you do if you knew your kids were being taken out of school and told to go walk down the street and put on a bus and be subjected to, stuff like this? Which button here? We're going to go here. And I got to put the sound down. What's this lady saying here?
Husband is Rodney Taylor. Hi everyone, my name is Mildred Dennis Taylor, and I am a fierce advocate for my husband Rodney Taylor. On this May Day, we stand in the legacy of workers who refuse to be invisible, because labor justice is immigrant justice. And
it's all one and the same. One big group, one big party, immigrants, workers. You're missing a word. Lady, all of you are missing one big giant word that needs to qualify this. That word being illegal. See, this isn't any mystery. It's not a coincidence. It's a direct result of what they're doing right now to these young kids. Their miserable lives, they are now infecting young kids. It's absurd. We're living in a cartoon world, and these people have made their own choices, and now they're blaming other people for their choices, and it becomes a revolving disaster and a total disaster for the young kids that they are dragging into this. Los Angeles is a nightmare. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're going to take the Senate back, so get the fuck over it. And you better demand that they investigate this corruption. They get the clawbacks. You better, the Senate Judiciary Committee has to investigate corruption in the Supreme Court. Now, they don't follow. Remember when they leaked Dobbs and they were going to have this internal investigation and they never talked to the justices and their wives? Way to go, John Roberts. What a fucking clown. What a partisan hack clown. Yeah, you really looked hard, didn't you? And I think that they need to make money. Argument about appropriation. Should we appropriate taxpayers' dollars to a branch of government that is totally corrupt and operates under, if you're an appellate court judge or you're a district court judge, you got ethics codes and regulations that here to Timbuktu. But if you're the Supreme Court, you can do whatever you want. And we don't want to live in a country like that. We're going to start unliving in a country like that come January of 2027. And then we're going to really start living in a country different than that come January 2029.
sometimes, I do these shows and I talk to you and I say we're in a bad situation. We are in trouble, is because this stuff is being said now in April, late April and May, to get these people completely bat poop crazy. There's a reason why they've got the kids out in the street. There's a reason why this frothing at the mouth idiot James Carville is speaking the way he's speaking. They know exactly what they're doing. They lost. They know they lost when the Supreme Court made that decision. I knew it when I heard it. It's over. There's nothing they can do. I will say this on May 1st, 2026. It's over. But what they need is for people to get pissed off and fight. And I'm talking about the kind of fight where you burn stuff. And then the politicians are going to, if they get in power, your life as you know it is over. See, right now we're talking about political stuff. But if they get in power, they are going to destroy us. Like he just said, we're going to just do whatever we need to do to destroy the Supreme Court. You got people out here saying, billionaires and millionaires. Which button am I going to go to? I'm going to go to this one.
12 hours for this moment. Woo! We made it all the way to D.C. from Atlanta to
Destroy billionaires, deport billionaires, get rid of the successful people in this country. This is absolutely nuts. They voted for policies that destroyed their cities. They knew what they were doing when they did all the redistricting. They knew that those black communities would stay black forever, and those people in those communities would just be glad that they got the handout that they got. They'll never complain. And now here they are just realizing, what do we do? And so what they're gonna do is fight in a way that you haven't seen. It begins today. It begins today that the campaign now is to destroy America and put it on acceleration. And now they've just pulled open the curtain. You can see everything.
So let me put it in all of the corruption is going to be investigated. We're going to try to get the money back. The Supreme Court is going to be investigated as to why they don't have any rules. Do we need to stick with 9 on the Supreme Court, or is this organization so irredeemably corrupt that the only thing that could happen that would bring any sense of ethics or justice to it would be to add an additional 4 members? I'm serious.
All right, so now they're speaking it into existence. His was just maybe, we need to add 4 more. Trump has been warning you. He said if they get back in power, they are going to make Puerto Rico and Washington states and pick up 4 more senators. And now they're going to go and destroy the Supreme Court. Why the filibuster hasn't been kicked yet, I can't tell you. Absolutely it should be kicked, because this is what they're going to do. You now have an enemy. Like I say at the bottom of my screen here, you want maximum warfare? Maximum warfare it is. It is a call to action to every single one of you. If you want America to survive, understand these people are now putting it together that they have to go balls to the wall with communism and destroy everything.
Hello, everyone. I'm here at the Supreme Court again. And I want people to know that this decision in Louisiana versus Calais cannot go unnoticed. President Trump has stacked the court. And the only way we can deal with a stacked court is to unstack the court. We may have to add additional justices to the Supreme Court so that people of color can get justice in the United States of America.
I told you they don't make any sense. President Trump, he done stacked the court. And the only way to fix that is to unstack the court. And then if we get in power, we now going to stack the court. Anybody want to hear double negative again? Did you hear what he said? I understand what he meant, but he said we have to unstack it to restack the stacking. Their minds at this point are blown. They don't know what to do. And the thing is that you take away from this before Trump comes on, the thing that you need to take away is the frustration and utter desperation. If you knew that you had anything else that you could possibly do to win other than screaming in the streets and destroying America and tearing down and unstacking and restacking and destacking the Supreme Court, you wouldn't be saying this. You're telling everybody now, here's what we got to do. If we're going to follow this crap thing called the Constitution, then we got to do stuff that we can do to, unstack, restack, destack, and whatever we need to do.
They don't like inclusion. And the foolhardiness of them deciding, first of all, no one elected this court to.
That's why these kids are in the street. These kids are in the street because when people like Raphael Warnock, the Reverend, come out and say stupid stuff like that, none of the kids can. Well, Senator Warnock, do you know how they pick Supreme Court judges? No, they'll never ask the question because only 25% of them can even read. Perfect storm coming, people. A perfect storm. Hey, let's go to the protest. What are we protesting? We're going to protest the stacking too so we can get the unstacking done because none of these people are supposed to be here. You understand? You ever read the Constitution? Oh, those words are too big.
Decide what kind of remedies we need in this moment. It's really not up to the Supreme Court to say, well, we have reached a threshold.
It's sad that they feel comfortable saying this stuff. Let me cut to something. President Trump just got off the plane in near the Villages. Hold on, see if he's going to take any questions. About all they wanted to show us when they put the thing. That was interesting. I've never seen that. I've never seen them actually cover up a camera. But in any event, they covered up the camera. And he's getting in the airport. Into the helicopter, and he's heading over to the venue now. So it won't be long before he's on stage. All right, let's continue.
Where this issue around race and inclusion is no longer necessary. That is not the job of the court. And I'm struck, quite frankly, by the very easy and nonchalant way in which this extreme activist court knocks down precedent after precedent.
That's their job. The reason why there's a Supreme Court is to interpret other decisions, and they look at precedent. They look at what has been done to determine if the new stuff being done conforms to the past stuff being done, i.e. precedent. When you look at some of these Democrat candidates and who are now senators, you have to understand they installed these people by using this redistricting who knew nothing more than the people in these districts who just get put there to do what they're supposed to do and support the deep state. I listened to this and it hurt me. I'm like, huh? They're not supposed to look at that. That's their job. That is the actual job, is to look at cases and decide which ones are following the Constitution. The very job that the Supreme Court is chartered with doing, he says it's not their job to look at precedent. Then what they got to look at? Because the ultimate precedent, wait for it, is the Constitution. So if they're not there to evaluate precedent, Well, yeah. Raphael wants us to look at this. What are we basing it on? Nothing at all. All these books behind us in this law library, don't look at any of them. Because Raphael says it's not your job to look at precedent.
Bar for doing that ought to be high, but we're seeing it with this court. Not whether it comes, whether we're talking about voting rights or whether we're talking about a woman's bodily autonomy.
Can you see? I told you they mince it all together. Every subject and topic, it all goes into the whole Democrat stew because they can't segregate it. Because if they segregate it, they lose part of their audience. So they got to keep the outrage together. They got to keep the woke mind virus fed by stirring it all up. It's racist. It's homophobic. It's xenophobic. It's your right to choose. I don't think so. I don't think anybody voted yesterday on the right to choose. I'm pretty sure yesterday was about redistricting. Oh, no, it was homophobic too. You just don't realize it. They're going to come for the gays now. Oh, you don't even know yesterday was all. Next thing they're going to do is going to come for the trans. It's all together. I'm not making it up. They keep saying it.
Envision a future Supreme Court dominated by appointees by a Democratic president reversing this kind of ruling?
Why would you ask that question? You're planting it in the minds of people that the way to fix the stacking is to make sure you unstack and then restack. So, sounds like an Oreo commercial. They're putting it out there. Listen to them. They're telling you what they're going to do. So you tell me how we can lose the midterms. Well, the only way we could lose the midterms is if people ignore what's going on and allow it to happen. We have never been at this point in our entire country. We've had disagreements over abortions, over wars, over this, that, and the other thing. We've never had a party intent on destroying the Constitution. If you leave here with anything, leave here with the fact that they've got nothing. They have nothing so bad that all they can rely on this point is stacking, restacking, and desacking. That's it. They've been completely eviscerated. There's nothing left for them to do because in order for this party to survive, they need those black districts. And if they can't have those black districts, all hell's going to break loose. And I don't think enough people understood the severity of that decision. And today, as you hear them talk themselves, you should at this point be realizing, oh crap, we gutted them, didn't we? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We shivved the hell out of them. We did the American Me shivving. If you've seen that movie, you know what I'm talking about. They're done. They are literally walking dead. They are zombies. And so what does a zombie want to do? It needs to eat you and kill you. It needs to make you just like them. Strategies, campaign policy, out the window. What do you need to do? We need to destroy the Supreme Court. That's what we need to do. And the only way we're going to do that is if we get our hands on that document and tear it up. Screw the Constitution. Let's go for broke. Communism, socialism, whatever we need to do. We can't count on the blackies anymore. See, this is what happens when you unracist the racists before they can racist again. They know right now. Oh no. Oh no, we can't have the black vote guaranteed. We're done. We've worked for 60 years knowing that we had them. Remember the numbers, 90+%. Rain, snow, sleet, doesn't matter. We're getting 90% of these black people. All we got to do is keep them in their food stamps and their welfare and their Section 8s and everything's going to be fine. Be a good boy there, okay? Just be a good boy over there and get us your votes. 93% banked every single election. They never had to worry about it. That's what you have to remember and tell your friends and tell people. They took you for granted, especially if you're black. They took you for granted, excuse me, for 60 years. And now they just woke up and went, oh no, because they know the numbers, and that's where you need to start understanding. Go back and look. Go back to all the way like the 80s and look at the black vote in every single flipping election and see if it doesn't say 90, 93, 90, 93, 92. That's not natural. You can't even math that. How do you always get 90% of some vote? Like I said, snow, rain, sleet, the Democrats have always gotten 90% because they baked it in with their little maps. And now all of a sudden you can't bake it in. And like, oh, what do we do?
Well, perhaps, but the damage is going to be done for a long time. And obviously, we're going to have to try to transform the way the Supreme Court has been gerrymandered itself and stacked and packed with MAGA appointees.
Same words. When the Democrats start using the same words, you need to pay attention. Stacked. Well, they stacked it. They stacked. Now we got to stack, we got to unstack, then we restack. They've already had the meetings. They already know what they're going to do. You just don't know it because if you don't listen, if you just, like President Trump said yesterday, every once in a while I have to listen to the left because I got to hear what they're doing because they're sending out their signals to the orcs. Okay, here's our only way we ever get back in power. We're done. Kaputski. We got to regroup. Okay, and I'm sure they've had their calls. Everybody from Raskin to Sharpton. I mean, they all have put, oh boy, we're done. What do we got to do? Well, we got to destroy this ruling. How do we fix this ruling? We got to change the Supreme Court. How do we change the Supreme Court? We got to rip up the Constitution. Your country's done if these people get back in power. Nothing is going to be held up to order, up to respectability. They are willing to do everything for power. Notice none of them are talking about the war today. We got to get rid of this Supreme Court. I don't care if those Iranians get blown to bits at this point. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. That's what I'm trying to get a hold of you guys today about them being mad. They're going to be mad now for quite some time. You took the cookies away. You told them they have to go to bed early and behave and make and clean your room, and they're not ready for this.
Look, I think that we need to understand this as both a redistricting story, but also as a democracy story. The redistricting story is very clear, which is that the state of Louisiana is trying to cancel these elections so that they can gerrymander and disenfranchise black voters. But
by the way, they already canceled it, and you're screwed, Mark. In case you guys don't know, this is Mark Elias, the Democrat attorney who sues everything to uphold everything that the Democrats hold dear. And he couldn't save them this time.
The larger democracy story, Chris, and I think you got it exactly right, is the governor has declared a state of emergency to cancel, to suspend an ongoing election. Yeah. That he does not like the direction in which it's going. Now, I wonder, Chris, when we get to next November, when we get to the general election, whether or not we will have, for example, a president of the United States who will think he can do this. And if we do not sort of put a stake in the ground now and say that you do not get to declare an emergency and suspend voting and sort of restart things because you don't like how things are going. If we don't do that now, it's not going to make it easier for us to do it in November.
How are you going to do it? You hear Chris, I forget his name, and he's like, yeah, you're right. Well, Doughboy says, yeah, we got to destroy. How are you going to do that? People at home watching MS Now or MSNBC, whatever, and they hear him frothing at the mouth and mouth breathing. Okay, sounds great. What are we going to do? Nothing. There's nothing you can do to stop it now. This is where the problem becomes and why they are going to continue to be mad and snarling. There's no way out for them. I think after you see this, and maybe President Trump will say some of it, they're done. People tell me, well, Barry, just be careful because if you can't get overconfident, I'm not overconfident. I don't even know what that word means. I heard people say that in sport. What do you mean overconfident? No, I understand my adversary. I've trained to beat my adversary. I have researched my adversary. I'm not overconfident. Everything I've done is to get me to my confidence level. My confidence level right now, if you were looking at things the same here, I leave it up to you to tell me how they possibly can win. And of course, the only answer at this point you are going to find people say how they can win is cheating. But now they've got a second problem, because now they don't even have the black districts to keep compounding more votes. I don't know how many people thought about that. Yeah, all the elections. Hey, what's the black neighborhoods got? Oh, we got an extra 5,000 votes, and nobody could tell. And then you find out today from Brooke Rollins and Dr. Oz how there's just hundreds of thousands of people who are dead or didn't exist. It's all being found out. But this piece right here, this piece that they've put together and put the big red X on the redistricting, it also affects the cheating. Because now it's going to be a good possibility that the guy in Louisiana already said, nope, we're done. We're stopping. We're not even going to hold these elections till we get this fixed. Virginia, as right now, holding till we get this fixed. We got to check it out. They know what this means. The cheat code has been broken.
Yeah, here's the other problem. You know, we make laws to fix problems. We put the Voting Rights Act together because there was an issue, because they were keeping people from voting. Right. They were literally shooting people. They were running them down with dogs to keep them from voting.
Okay, she may be correct. You put laws in place because they address a problem. Okay, by your same explanation there, people in the view, you're watching, let me just ask this. So if that law no longer applies to a problem or got abused, ergo, by your same definition, you would have to change the law to fix a problem. You're cheating. You're treating black people like pawns. We now have to change the law to fix the problem. By your own estimation. Thank you, Whoopi.
Let's start with that. So when they say that problem is gone, it's not gone. No. Because you're still doing it. You're still doing it. And what I don't understand is what is everybody so afraid of? Because I always thought, I was raised to believe that you and I don't have to agree. That's all right. But now suddenly your argument doesn't hold water, so you're cheating.
You see the conflation there? These people are not subtle. They are very good in doing all the Svengali things that they need to do to make people turn their head. You're the ones that cheat. It's not us. They're changing things so that they can cheat. See that? How subtle that is? Now watch as she weaves something else in here. Remember I told you how they put everything into the same cauldron, all right? So we were talking about voting districts and racism, right? Okay, watch this.
See, that we're a two-party system. We're not just Democrats, we're not just Republicans, we're a two-party system. So Ruth Bader Ginsburg said throwing out the preclearance when it worked and is continuing to work to stop discriminatory changes is like throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet. Yeah. The other thing I want to say is voting in local elections matters more now than ever before. Think nationally, work locally. Think nationally, work locally. One more time. Think nationally, work locally.
I swear to tell you, think nationally, work locally, but she's telling the truth. You know, it's funny, I listen to these channels because they can't help but tell you and telegraph what they're going to be doing. And so if you don't watch some of this stuff, or at least watch me so I can show it to you, you don't see what their plans are. So just in the last couple of minutes, you've seen that the plan is to destroy the Supreme Court, disavow the Constitution, and now attack things locally. So now you know that's going to happen. Now wherever you live, you got to get out and vote, not just in the midterms and the presidential. You got to find out when the dog catcher is being elected, when the judges in your area are being elected, when I don't know, the tax collector in your area is being elected. They are now going to put money and resources into destroying cities by taking these votes that nobody ever pays any attention to. I've never paid any attention to who runs the public works. The garbage gets picked up and I turn the water on. I'm good. Now you got to pay attention to all of it. Who knows what kind of devious stuff they've got planned behind the scenes. Just checking. He has not, nothing's happening on the mic. I can show, let me just show that to you. Is it this one? Yeah. So nothing's happening. They're playing some disco music and they're getting people riled up, but nobody's talking yet. All right, let's continue.
All right, so there are a couple of pieces of this we need to pay attention to. The first is, obviously, the Supreme Court's decision was a cynical way of empowering Republicans to engage in partisan gerrymandering at the expense of Black and other minority voters. And there's...
See the statements? How declarative? If this thing was awful and it's at the expense of Black people. I can still vote. You can still quit. What do you mean? It should tell you also that these people don't have any place else to go, but try to, freak people out.
That's not hyperbole. That's essentially what the Supreme Court did. But now we are seeing the consequences of it. And we are seeing them land fast and we're seeing them land hard. Just within the last hour or so, the governor of Louisiana issued a state of emergency proclamation. Suspension of closed party primary elections for the office.
And no, I did not duplicate this cut. I've never seen MSNBC or many networks do this. He appeared on 2 different shows and the same day saying the same stuff. That's how important it is to them. He was here with Nicole Wallace, and then he was also with Chris, whatever his name, Hughes. I think his name Hughes. So they're trying to drill it into people. Red light, breaking, the alarm's going off.
Offices of Representatives of the United States Congress. This is a Republican governor declaring a state of emergency to stop elections that are ongoing. You are correct that early voting will begin on Saturday, but military and overseas ballots, those already went out. The voting has started, and Republicans are willing to halt the voting through unilateral action of governors because they...
That's where he's wrong. The Louisiana State Supreme Court said, cut it, stop it. They said you cannot use in this election the way that has been drawn up. Now remember, in Louisiana, if this was a big deal, this is for 1 seat. Louisiana, big state by mass, big area, but it's not, as populated as some areas, and they're fighting over 1 seat this way. See, when you figure things like that out, you're like, wow, this is really bad for them.
Don't like the rules under which those elections will be conducted. And if you think this is going to end with redistricting, if you think this is just in Louisiana, you are not paying attention to what Donald Trump and the Republicans are getting us ready for come this fall.
So what do we do?
Look, we need to call this out. We need to speak out. We need to call on our elected officials to move heaven and earth, to do everything they can. Our appointed officials, our election officials need to do everything they can to be prepared for the storm that is brewing on the horizon that Donald Trump is preparing us for in 2026. Like I said, the fact that we are desensitized so much already that you have the former FBI director being indicted for seashells on a beach.
Wait. Here comes that cauldron I was telling you about. We got to throw everything into it. What the hell does Comey have to do with this? What does Comey getting tossed into this stew that you're making have anything to do with stopping the election. And what was very interesting, if you just think back 30 seconds, she's like, what are we supposed to do? Did you hear anything actionable? The only thing you heard was, we got to keep doing what we're doing, keep protesting or something. We got nothing else. There was nothing in this guy, this big multi-millionaire Democrat pit bull lawyer, had no response to. So what do we do? I don't know. We got nothing.
And the governor of Louisiana issuing an emergency proclamation declaring a state of emergency because people are voting. We all need to make sure we do not allow the Overton window to shift, but we also...
Hold on one second. We got President Trump coming in for landing here. So they're probably going to bring up the beast right by the, here it comes, yeah. Come right up to where the helicopter is and just drive right up to the helicopter. I can't even imagine what the security must be after what happened in Washington. And as heavy as the beast must be, I can't believe they're just driving it in grass. It must be a nice baseball field that they're about to eat up over here. Is it just, oh, there's the beast. Okay, one of them. I know that's probably a communications car. But President Trump will be, no, I'm not nervous. I'm sure this thing is probably the most secure piece of real estate in the country right now. Oh, they cut it. All right, so they cut back to the beginning. They're not going to let us see for whatever reason, they don't want people to see it. That's fine with me. All right, so let's continue.
We need to make sure that our elected officials and our government officials are prepared for what is coming, because it is coming. And obviously, you know, those people in positions to speak out, you speak out every day. I try to speak out as much as I can. We need to, like, implore everybody else to speak out.
Alito argued that the vast social change has occurred throughout the country, and particularly in the South, indicating that racism no longer exists in this country. I can tell you, as a black woman, that my father was born in 1949.
Wait. The Supreme Court didn't say that racism doesn't exist. We all know racism exists. I don't think anybody on this planet says, oh, no, there's no racism. Somebody hates somebody, period. What the Supreme Court said is the measures that were taken upon the voting districts are no longer needed and unconstitutional 60 years later, because as we knew it at that time, it doesn't exist. Are there racist people in the country? Absolutely. Are there racist blacks? Absolutely. Racist whites? You bet. But it doesn't affect your life like it did back then. I have never, in my 65 years on the planet, have never been told I can't go someplace because I'm black. I've never been seated someplace because I'm black. I've never been told you can't eat at this restaurant, you can't go to this movie theater, you can't drink out of this water fountain in my life. So obviously, if you segue ahead to people who are even younger than me, they haven't had that either. But I have been called the N-word, but guess what? Never affected me. And the guys I could get my hands on, I pretty much did what I needed to do, but it didn't change my life. I'm married to a white woman. The racism that I experienced more voluminously was from black people, black women, who were pissed off when Robin would walk up. So no, the Supreme Court did not say racism doesn't exist. That'd be like them saying, I don't know, COVID doesn't exist anymore. But we ain't wearing masks. We're not being forced to take a jab, but the virus is still out there, right? Right. You idiots.
He remembers segregated schools. He remembers segregated water fountains. He remembers that he did not have full civil rights. And he told me when I turned 40 years old that I was the first person in his family to enjoy full civil rights. And
does she realize what she just said there? I tell you, I watched this stuff. So you guys, did you hear what she just said? My father, who actually experienced racism, told me I'm the first one in the family who hasn't experienced it. They get on TV and they get going, and I don't think they realize what the hell they're saying. You can replay it. My father told me, and he did this, and he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that. You're the first person who can do it. What's that mean, honey? Pretty easy.
He is still alive today, and I am still alive today, and I have been discriminated against. And now I have to tell my children that they have less civil rights than I did when I was born. That's true. That is.
She says this while being on a national televised program, getting paid probably 7 figures. And she's crying that she's being discriminated against. Oh, and she's a lawyer. Excuse me. We're Where is it? I gotta find it because you deserve it at this point. I didn't know I would need it, so I didn't have it ready. But you're complaining about being discriminated against while you're a 7-figure a year paid spokesman on a national television show, and you're a lawyer, Sonny. You're an idiot.
Disgusting, despicable, and I am devastated by this particular Supreme Court decision, even though, Whoopi, we did know this was coming.
What about? I bet you she wasn't she wasn't so devastated that when they got off the program, she went out to dinner in a restaurant and ordered herself a nice big meal, and she had no problem getting a seat. You lying hack. You lying hoe.
A second, what about Clarence Thomas? Didn't he stick up for his own group?
He did not. He did not.
No.
And he is part of the majority here.
Yeah.
This has repercussions.
No, actually, he did stick up for his own people. He said, y'all don't need a crutch no more. See, if you listen to what they say, like I've been telling you, if you listen to what they say, they tell you and tell on themselves. Didn't Clarence Thomas stick up for his people? Yeah, he did. You don't need a crutch. Get off your ass, go to work hard, educate yourself, and nobody's going to hold you back. It's so funny when you listen to these people and they think about all these people, you know, black people are being held back. They count on you. Don't look at the NBA. Don't look at the NFL. Don't look at the Emmys. Don't look at the Grammys. Where can somebody dial up the blacks who are, who are being discriminated against and can't get ahead? And by the way, don't look and see who was president two presidents ago. Where are they at? You show me somebody who feels discriminated against, I'll show you somebody who doesn't know what the hell they're doing to advance their lives. It doesn't make any sense anymore. That's why we don't need it the way it was. The fact that your butt's on television, wearing a probably $600 suit with your fake hair and your lashes and your jewelry. Where were you discriminated against? I can't take it.
2020 census found that about 1/3 of the population of Louisiana was black. But when the largely white Republican majority in the Louisiana state legislature used that data to make new congressional maps, guess what? They drew 5 majority white districts and just 1 majority black district. So even though black voters made up 1/3 of the population in the state, they were likely only able to elect 1/6 of its representatives.
So in Virginia, where, I don't know, SB can tell me, 40 or 45% of the people who vote are Republicans, and Virginia just went in and tried to wipe them out and make it basically a 90-10, to give you one. We'll give you one Republican, and all the states up north, New Jersey, New York, and all them, they have 30, 40%, Republicans, but you wipe them all out. But this is the huge crime. You took the blacks away from us. Well, if you're worried about black people looking at alternative candidates, maybe you weren't running the best candidates.
Now, black voters in Louisiana sued over that map. They should have, and they won. A federal court ordered Louisiana to draw a new map with 2 majority black districts. But then a group of white voters countersued, saying that the new map, one that gave the state's 1/3 black population 1/3 of the congressional seats, was actually discriminatory against them. And today,
and they won. So what's your point? They went to court and screamed and filed a lawsuit, and then there's another lawsuit because our Constitution allows you to appeal rulings all the way up to the Supreme Court, which they did. What's the point?
Conservatives on the Supreme Court agreed with that logic, deciding against history and legal precedent that the map was an illegal gerrymander. But of course, like all Supreme Court cases, this decision was not just about the case before the court. It was not just about Louisiana at all. Now, because of this ruling, if voters want to sue arguing that their congressional map discriminates against them because of their race.
Now listen to this. This is the first Democrat or liberal newscast that I heard say this. You need to hear this. This is what they're all screwed by. You ready? Everybody paying attention? Listen to this point she makes here.
Now, because of this ruling, if voters want to sue arguing that their congressional map discriminates against them because of their race, they have to prove not just that the impact of the map is discriminatory, but that the people who drew the map intended to discriminate against them because of their race.
That's the problem. They put in something, they put a codicil in that nobody talked about with the Supreme Court. You can go ahead and try to do this stuff, but you got to prove in advance that it was done with racial intent. You have to prove it. They're never going to be able to prove it. Poison pill, taken, drank, over. They know this now. You may not have known it before. Now you just heard it. Okay, if you want to challenge something in the other states, you have to prove it, that it was racially, intentionally racist for what they did. Good luck. Unless you got a recording of Bubba and Louie saying, hey, we're going to screw these Negroes up in here, you're done. You can never prove that. You can never prove racism. That's why they're crazy. That's why they're mad. That's why they're all today screaming. Hey, here's the ruling, and now we can't even sue unless we can prove that it's racist.
So in the case of Louisiana, that would mean you couldn't just show how the map clearly diluted the power of black voters, 1/3 of the state, giving them one less representative than they should have. You would have to somehow prove that the lawmakers who drew that map did it with racist intent. And that is nearly impossible to do.
There you go. Now you understand why they're mad. I took 2 hours because I had content in case he was late, but that's why they're mad. That's why the desperation is there. They don't know what to do at this point. We can't even sue other states because we cannot prove that it's racist. If we can't prove that it's racist, it gets thrown out of court. They call that checkmate where I play.
Democrats have convinced their entire party that if they're not in control, it's somehow Jim Crow 2.0, even though those laws were in fact perpetuated by Democrats, by the way. But here's a clue why libs believe these things. Check this out. This is a chart from the 4 major publications that most libs read over their chai latte at their anti-capitalist coffee shop. The New York Times, the Washington Post, LA Times, and the Wall Street Journal, which is the least trashy of these. The frequency of the use of the word racism and racist declining, as you can see there, since the 90s. Then right when Obama declares his candidacy in early 2007, little pop.
See that? Racism. Oh, there's really no racism until Obama used it to promote himself. I mean, you can tell that's an unnatural climb. Something happened. Everything, yeah, there's racism. There's racism out there. It's, boom. Whoa, what the hell happened? Because many of us lived in those years. As you're looking at that, the far left is 1970. 1970, 80, 90, 2000. Yeah, there's some racism. Yeah, there's people calling people the N-word. Yeah, and boom.
Liberal.
That's not possible. That's choreographed. That's manipulation. People haven't realized how much the media has manipulated things. Now we're talking about capitalism and socialism. If you did that on a map, it'd be the same way. Nobody was talking about socialism. And now, look at that. The green one, I believe, is the Washington Post, which you would have expected to be the one that was leading the charge of racism. Straight up. I mean, literally straight up.
Media accusing just about anyone who opposed Obama of being racist. And it worked. It helped get Obama elected because there were enough self-hating people that voted for the one-term, basically unknown senator from Chicago simply because he was half black and they didn't want to be called racist. Then you fast forward to 2014. Trump comes onto stage and starts talking about maybe running for president. It'll be a year at this point before he actually declares for president. And to combat the likely previous Democrat, now Republican, also the recipient of the Ellis Island Award alongside Rosa Parks and Jesse Jackson, by the way, to combat that guy, those same lib publications ramped up their perception of racism. And what was the result of that? Race relations in America cratered.
And every single one of you who know or had black friends or anything like that, you know that's exactly what happened. At that point, Obama fostered in all of this racism. It's racist. It's racist. There's memes about it. You've seen the meme. It's racist. Everything is racist. That's why they're mad. Their big tool that they use for years to try and manipulate and orchestrate has just been stomped out. They can't use it anymore. And so now they're going to have to regroup and try to tear the country apart. President Trump, I can actually show you. President Trump is due out any second. And at that point, we timed it perfectly. You saw he just landed a little while ago, so we are waiting for him to come out on stage. While we're waiting for him, let's see. SB, you're around? I don't want to click and you're not there. You got anything? There you are. What's up, man?
Mayday, mayday, mayday.
That's racist.
I'm mad as hell and I'm not taking any more. Workers instead of billionaires. Workers instead of billionaires.
Who employs the workers? Oh. Yeah.
I got some news for you. So things are moving along down there in the redistricting. Alabama is they're going to have a special session convening Monday night, poised to gain 1 to 2 seats. And then this just came in. Just in, South Carolina appears to move towards redistricting their congressional map after Governor Henry McMaster calls on the General Assembly to ensure the map is constitutional. Here we go.
Oh, man.
Turn it all red.
I don't even know at this point how they're going to react because they got nothing. Like I keep saying, people wonder, why do I say it? They got nothing. I mean, what do you do at this point? You've built your entire Democrat Party on racism. Now what do you do?
Well, it's funny. I read something from Scott Jennings about an hour ago. He goes, Dems when President Trump does literally anything. He's literally Hitler. Dems when a Democrat has an actual Nazi tattoo. People can change.
And he'll probably hold on. Is this too late?
Multiple people arrested outside the New York Stock Exchange. Police telling Fox about 150 people were blocking multiple entrances. And out on the West Coast, massive crowds are continuing to gather in Los Angeles, marching down the street. That has been some of the biggest crowds we've seen. A similar story in Raleigh, North Carolina, where thousands turned out for a teacher rally. Organized, coordinated, and it turns out, well-funded. A number of these anti-billionaire protests are being funded by, you guessed it, billionaires. Something that calls for a Will Cain investigation. Let's start at the beginning. What is May Day Strong? Its roots are in the 19th century in Paris when Marxist, socialist, and labor unions called for a day of strikes. In 1886, the first May Day protest was held in Chicago, leading to the Haymarket affair. Several days later, when an agitator threw a bomb at police, it evolved into a brawl, killed several people. That's how it started. Here's how it's going. Fox Digital reporting some 600 groups with a combined $2 billion in revenue and part of a sprawling, quote, red-blue network are behind 3,000 demonstrations nationwide. Quote, at the center of the May Day mobilization is a network of communist, socialist, Marxist, and other far-left organizations led by chapters of the Democratic Socialist of America. And a coalition of groups include...
Those words don't seem to go together. Spending billions by the socialists. Oh, gosh, this stuff has to be exposed. It absolutely has to be.
He's now based in Shanghai and is described as promoting Chinese Communist Party propaganda. We've told you about Neville Roy Singham many times here on this show, and he's continually a character at the center of these stories. But let's take a look at the other organization fueling today's so-called resistance over at the wall. First up, indivisible. It is, quote, in support of workers over billionaires. That's the motto, and its organization is against this, quote, fascist clown show of a regime. Its indivisible guide focuses on protecting family, neighbors, democracy from Trump 2.0. And it's made up of about 2,500 local chapters. It's this from Fox News Digital. Indivisible has received millions of dollars in funding over the years from billionaire George Soros, philanthropy network, and it has led the organizing for 3 different No Kings protests produced after Trump's inauguration.
You know, SV, I got a question. You know, I've never been in
Yes,
the military.
sir.
I've never been in the military, and I'm not advocating for anything like that, but you just have to wonder how somebody hasn't slithered across a roof or something with a scope and decided that George Soros doesn't need to be here anymore. I'm not advocating it. I'm just wondering, this guy, every time he turns something on, Soros.
I know.
He is literally Lex Luthor. He is the arch enemy of the entire country. And
Dr.
everybody,
Evil.
and everybody knows it. I mean, I should have put up a poll. Was anybody surprised when the name Lex Luthor, when the
Lex
name
Luthor.
George Soros came up? Everybody's like, of
Didn't
course,
surprise me.
of course,
Yeah.
it's Soros, and now it's his son. I mean, there's no secret. Everybody knows this guy has been trying to overthrow the government, and more than likely has been working for the government for quite some time.
Where is he hiding? Does anybody know where he lives?
I don't even know if he's
dungeon?
I don't know if he's even alive. I know his son is the new Lex Luthor Jr. He's in there. I saw him.
Sometimes I think, sometimes I think Carville looks like him. He's like a mummy. You know, he's all pissed off and everything. I mean, I don't know. These people, they're just so unhappy. So you were just talking about the people in New York City. I sent you that story. This one just came up. There are now Islamists and women in burqas wearing the Islamic regime of Iran flag during today's Marxist and anti-Trump protests in D.C. The left is literally marching for religious dictators who unalive tens of thousands of their own people and persecute women. Make it make sense.
Oh, I'm telling you, those people who are wearing those scarves and burqa, whatever you do, I'm just going to tell you, don't go into Greenwich Village, because if you go into Greenwich Village, you're not going to like what you see. I'm just letting you know at this point.
There's a lot of pink.
there's a lot of pink, and there's a lot of guys who think they're girls and all kinds of things. So I would love to see them walk into Greenwich Village, because
oh my gosh,
it's all hypocrisy. It doesn't make any
crazy.
sense, whatever. They're sitting there complaining about Iran, and Iran would see if they could fly. Just toss them off of a building. They hate capitalism, but yet they got, Soros and this, what the other guy, the other Chinese guy, billionaire, taking money. None of it it doesn't make any sense. And when you realize that, it's designed to really just completely screw people's heads up. Because if they sat back, if the people holding the signs thought to themselves, I hate capitalism, but they're giving out free food and all this other stuff being paid for by somebody who made a lot of money doing something. And
exactly.
But it's
so organic too, isn't it? Everybody's wearing the same clothes, has the same signs. I mean, throughout the whole United States. I mean, it's amazing. It's just so organic.
I'm glancing over at the stage right now because I just want to make sure he's not walking out. You always see when they start centering the picture, it's like they don't know where he's going to walk out from, because he could walk out from the. Oh, here he comes. All right, SB.
Here we go. See you guys
in a second.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, and it's great to be here. I'm thrilled to be back in the home of a great place. I love Florida. We love Florida. with all of the very proud, great American patriots of the villages. Are we happy with the villages? We like the villages. Now, you know, I shouldn't be here. There was just an attempt, I won't use the word, an attempt, they say, on my life. I should be indoors at a secure facility where I can quietly, beautifully, and safely play out my term, destroying everything that comes in our way, like bad countries that want to get nuclear weapons. We'll take care of that. So they want me to be in a secure place. I said, what's more secure than the villages? No. I heard the seniors were waiting at the villages, and there's no way we got like 97% of the vote. Remember all those frauds? They said, whoa. Remember Sleepy Joe and Kamala? They came up, oh, we love you more than Trump. And you said, no, you don't. You don't love us more. You're a bunch of phony bastards. But as you know, this is the single largest community of seniors anywhere in the world, and frankly, it's the largest crowd you've ever had assembled. You know, it's very interesting. They built this, but when I first started, they didn't have this. We had a little tiny room, so we went outside. We had a tremendous crowd, but I don't know if you see what's going on. They have an overflow room that's bigger than this. Why the hell didn't I go there to start off with? What's going on? And then they have outside, they have thousands and thousands of people, and we love them all. We love them all. So we're here to celebrate a policy that benefits every American senior all across this land, and it's called No Tax on Social Security. It's done. It's done. You know, I took a poll at one of the events. I said no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or no tax on Social Security, all of them. So let's do it now. Let's do another poll. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax. So what you do is you're going to cheer for the one you like the most of the three, all right? No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. No tax on Social Security. I'm telling you, Dr. Phil, that's the one they like. This Social Security, I thought that was maybe a sleeper. This is more than a sleeper. No tax on Social Security for our great seniors. That's what we like, right? So our great, big, beautiful bill was the largest tax cut in American history. And as a result, more than 51 million American seniors now pay a federal tax rate of 0. 0. And this isn't talk. This isn't, I'm going to get it for you. Look, these guys up here, front row Joes, they're all over. I can't get rid of them. What are you, 219? I think they're 219 rallies. They are sick individuals, but we love them. I don't know what the hell they do, but they have money someplace because they do a lot of traveling. Look at the front row Joes. But we provide seniors, and we have a record-setting average tax deduction this year of more than $7,500. Think of that. You know, it's been amazing. And on all of them, people, and I've seen it even on the fake news. Look at all the fake news back there. What? That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fakers. Did you see where they had a study done, and Trump on the evening news gets 93% bad publicity, 93. And yet, I won in a landslide. Now, you know what that means? Now think of it. 93%. And you know, like with Kamala, she made a bad statement on CBS 60 Minutes, and they had to pay me a lot of money, $38 million. You know what she did? Her statement was so bad the night before the election, it was so bad that they took another answer that she gave, which was not bad. It wasn't good. It was nothing. And they put it in where she, and we found out they did it. They changed the answers. BBC has me AI saying about hate. We hate, we hate. I said, that's not me. They changed my lips. I couldn't even tell myself. I said, I didn't know. This gets very, but think of it, 93% bad stories, only bad. And if it's a good story, they make it bad. You know, you can make anything bad. You could have a baseball team won 21-2, and the writer says they should have won by more. That's where we are. We're winning 25-0, and they say we should be doing more. There's never been a first term of a president, they say, and even the radical left lunatics say it, that's accomplished more than we have. It's never happened. Never happened. But just to finish off, you know, I love the weave, because the weave is great. You go out, Pa, go out. You always have to come back. Someday I won't come back, and they'll say, all right, he's shot. That's the end of him. The weave, I call it, the weave, because you get a lot of stories into one little sentence. But when you have 93% and you win in a landslide, you know what it means? It means that the media has lost total credibility. Nobody believes them. That's what it means. Very simple. But thanks to the massive tax cut, American seniors just received your largest tax refunds of all time, by far. And here in the Sunshine State, we've issued 2.5 million Florida seniors over $13 billion. Now think of that. Now, I don't happen to be a senior. I'm much younger than you. I'm a much younger man than you. Look at you old guys. Wouldn't you like to be my age? It's young, vital, vibrant. Now, I'm much, much younger than the people in this room, but I feel I can relate to you anyway. See, now the fake news will go tonight and they'll say, he's claiming to be younger than the people. You understand? That means more money to visit your grandkids, bigger budget for taking a trip to someplace that you want to go, or extra dinners out with your family. You're going to do a lot. You're going to do a lot. You know what to do with the money. But I saw it recently. People are being interviewed. And yeah, why don't you sit down here? Come on, front row, Joe. Sit down. Get them all to sit down. You know, it must be good when front row Joes still stand up after 300 or something, whatever the hell. They're still standing. That's pretty good. But it's been an amazing period of time. Our country is hot again. We have a great country again. We're respected as a country again. So these are your golden years, but these are really beyond your golden years. This is the golden age of America. This is where we are. We're in a period of time, and you've lived, and you're going to live a long time longer, but you're going right now through the golden age of America. The crooked Joe Biden these are radical left lunatics that almost destroyed our country. I'll tell you what, if we didn't win this election, I believe our country was dead. I don't think it could have sustained the open borders, transgender mutilization of your children. I believe our country, men playing in women's sports, they say that's an 80-20 issue. It's not. It's a 99-1 issue. The mutilization of your children, that's a 99-1 issue. These aren't 80-20. They say that's a 70-30 issue. It's not a 70. It's every one of them, and so many others. Frankly, look, they have the worst policy in history, but they stick together. Republicans have to stick together. If we stick together, we can't be, because we have great policy. Common sense policy. Under crooked Joe Biden, American seniors were ravaged by the worst inflation in the history of our country, devastating the budget, senior citizens. You know, when I say the history of our country, I'm always criticized because they correct me. They say it was 48 years. It wasn't history. It was 48. And I think that sounds pretty bad, too. I actually think 48 years, it sounds more specific. It actually is better. So they say the worst inflation in 48 years. I say the history of our country. But you had the worst inflation we've ever seen. Prices soared, healthcare costs skyrocketed, as Biden and the radical left Democrats in Congress allowed 25 million illegal aliens to pour into our country. This was an invasion of our country. Tell them to turn up the microphone, will you please? Turn up the mic. You know, I hate it. You pay these guys a lot of money, and then you get up and the mic isn't on properly. And then they want their money, and I don't believe in paying people to do a bad job. I only like to pay people. I pay early. And I'm screaming my ass off because the mic is no good. Turn the mic up, please. Amazing.
Can you guys? Can you guys hear? Let me know. Let me know if it's okay for you.
But all of that changed the day I took the oath of office on January 20th, 2025. Under the Trump administration, we're standing up for American seniors like no president has ever stood up before. And just as I promised, we're strongly protecting Social Security and Medicare, and we always will. We have a man here who knows more about Medicaid, Medicare, medical crap than any human being. Where's Dr. Oz? Where the hell are you? Stand up. He's great. It's the most boring trip I've ever made. He's telling me about Medicare, Medicaid. All I want to do is take care of you. I don't care. I said, you work out the details, but I did say, give them the max. That's all I care about. Give them whatever the hell the max is. But Oz has been great. You have been great. And Bobby's been great. He's a little different. Do you agree? We needed somebody a little different, and we got him in Bobby Kennedy, right? But they work together. And it's great. You know, I brought somebody else with me. He's central casting for a Treasury Secretary. If you're casting a movie, look at them, they're already excited. You know, a lot of people didn't know him. He was very successful, great success, actually, but people didn't know him. Now he walks down the street and people are asking for his autograph. It's crazy. Scott, stand up, please. Scott Bassett. They wanted to be here. You know, I gave him an option. I said, I can meet you guys later. No, you're going to the villages. We want to be with you, so it's sort of cool. We got a lot of celebrities here, actually. But together with the Republicans in Congress, we've removed nearly 300,000 illegal aliens from the Social Security roll. And we've removed more than 100,000 migrants from Medicare eligibility. 100,000, and the number's going up. What we're really doing is saving Social Security because it was so rife with fraud, and the Democrats didn't care. They couldn't care less. All they care about is Trump derangement syndrome. They are sick. They are lunatics. We're dealing with lunatics. You can do, but I've learned, you know, with time, I've learned, if I want something, I go the opposite. In other words, if I want the wall, I say, I will not, under any circumstances, build the wall. And they give me all the money I want. True, just go the opposite. They're crazy. They're crazy. It actually is a disease. I think they're going to register it next week, Trump derangement. Trump derangement syndrome. They're going to, TDS, it's commonly known as TDS. This man has an incurable case of TDS. To further stop Medicare and Medicaid from being looted by criminals and thugs, we've launched a war on fraud. You've been watching it in the papers. We're all over Minnesota, California, all over the place. They're taking down hundreds and hundreds and even thousands of people a week and a day. It's led by great Vice President J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. I said, J.D., I want that job. I want to do it as president. They said, you better, let's do a little delegation, please. But J.D.'s done a great job. Thousands and thousands of people are, it's a fraud. I mean, look at the wonderful country. It's a beautiful country. You should try it sometime. Somalia, it's a beautiful place. It's got no government. It's got no military. It's got no anything. It's got one thing that's really strong, crime. It's got a lot of crime. They have no police. All they do is run around shooting each other. It's filthy dirty, disgusting dirty. It's a horrible place. They come here, and Ilhan Omar, you ever hear of her? She heads it. And think of it. They have nothing but crime, poverty, pollution. Everything is horrible over there. Nothing good. They say it's the worst country anywhere in the world, that we got some beauties out there, but it's the worst. And then she comes here from Somalia, and she tells us how to run the United States of America. She says, the Constitution gives me certain rights. Gives me certain rights. And I demand that I be given these rights. Get the hell out. What a phony. And then she married a brother to come in. I don't know, you're not. But I would imagine they're looking at her. I have nothing to do with it. I would imagine. Of course I have nothing to do. I have nothing, but I believe she married her brother, which is totally illegal. Although it's a lovely couple, actually, but it's a little bit on the illegal side. Darling, I love you very much. Good night, brother. Let's go to bed. Good night. Isn't she despicable? I can't stand watching her. I can't stand. Did you see last month, she accidentally checked the wrong box. It said she was worth $38 million. And law enforcement came after her for that. And then all of a sudden, she was worth less than $80,000. And she said it was accounting. It was an accounting error. That was not a very good accountant, was it? Huh? No. Their whole life is based on fraud and a scam. The whole thing is a scam. And we ought to get those people the hell out of our country. To get better care to our seniors much more quickly, my administration has dramatically accelerated Medicare prior authorizations, a big deal. That's what used to take days and weeks and months to get, and now you're getting it done in a matter of minutes. Really, unbelievable job you've done. Minutes. And we have a big search for fraud. Very little. You know, when people get arrested all over Minnesota, all over California, wait till you see what we're coming up with in California. Gavin Newsom is not good. But he gave the worst interview a month ago. Did you see it? Where he said he was incompetent, he can't read, he can't write, he can't do it. He said he's horrible for testing. We should give him a cognitive test. I took 3 of them, aced all of them, by the way. 3 of them. You know, I'm the only president to take a cognitive test, because I don't think Obama could pass it. I don't. Didn't he get into Harvard with a C average? I don't know. What's that? I don't think he could pass it. I don't think, well, Biden isn't. Give me a break. You know, the first question is very easy. It's a lion, a giraffe, a bear, and a shark. They say, which one is the bear? And everybody says, 30 questions. Everyone says, very standard. It's a very standard test, but very tough around those last 10 questions. Not too many people, even in this very room, unlike Newsom, I'll say, this room of geniuses. He said, I'm in a room of dumb people. That was not good. That was not good. You know what happened to him after that? It wasn't a pretty, but I'm in a room of brilliant people, but a lot of you wouldn't have been able to answer those 10 questions. And when I got the score in the test, the doctor said, wow, I've never seen, you know, you have 5 doctors lined up. They're all over the place. I said, should I take it? You know, I've had different phases. They've said, he's a mad genius. I didn't mind that too much. Then they said, he's a horrible human being. I don't like that much. Then they said, he's really not a smart person at all. I really hated that. So I took a cognitive test, and I said to the doctor, first doctor is Dr. Ronnie. You know Doc Ronnie. We all love Doc Ronnie. But he had a whole team of doctors at Walter Reed, a great place. I said, so should I do it? He said, well, it's a tough exam, actually. You know, those last 20 questions, they get tough. A lot of people can't do them. I said, well, what do you think? He said, well, if you do it, they're going to find out because it's essentially a public, it's a military hospital. If you do badly, they're going to find out, and it won't be pleasant. I said, well, I do well on things, so let's do it. And I got everyone right. And these are tough questions. These are tough questions, They say, take a number, any number. Okay, I'll take 99. Multiply times 9, okay? Divide it by 3, good. Add 4,293, that's good. Divide by 2. Subtract 93. Divide by 9, what is your answer? Now, they go a little slower than that, but not much. I don't want to waste a lot of time. But there aren't a lot of people that get it right. I got it right, It was actually longer and more complex than that. But no, it's a tough test, so I took it. And then, everyone said, all right, good, he's smart. He's smart. It's not really smart. It's like, you know what we are, really? We have common sense. We're people with common sense, right? We like strong borders. We don't like open borders for the world to pour into our country, right? From prisons all over the Congo, all over South America. The Congo, I tell you what, the Congo, they just used to think that we were just an open cesspool where they take all their prisoners and dump them into our country. Parts of South America, the same thing. It's terrible. So, as you know, we've done a fantastic job. But I just felt, and I put out yesterday a statement, I think anybody running for president or vice president should be forced to take a cognitive examination. Right? I mean, you get a guy, he gets in, he's got a good line of crap, he gets in, and all of a sudden you're stuck with a man who's a moron. This is not good. This is not good. We went through 4 years of it. It's not a good situation. But we also dramatically increased coverage for outpatient clinical care known as site-neutral payments, stopping seniors from being ripped off by billions of dollars of outrageous fees that they charge, billions and billions of dollars, right? Oz. And on top of these major Medicare improvements, I'm pleased to report today that we have authorized $210 million in rural health care funding for the great state of Florida. 210. We're taking some of the money that they scammed. We're catching billions of dollars, billions. Minnesota, it's like you ever hear the expression, shooting fish in a barrel? It's like shooting fish in a barrel. And that governor and that attorney general are so crooked. It's so horrible. It's so horrible. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, stranger things have happened, I will tell you. By the way, and our attorney general is doing a very good job, isn't he? Todd Blanche, he's doing a very good job. A lot of action. There's a lot of pent-up action. Perhaps most importantly for our great seniors, I've secured the largest reduction in drug prices in American history. You say it. Under my most favored nation agreements, we are delivering you the record-setting discounts with price differences of 400%, 500%, and 600, 700, and even sometimes 800% reductions. Now, some people would say it's 80, 90, 70. It depends on the way you phrase the statement. But it could be 500, 600%. It could be 90%. It doesn't matter. We've gotten you the largest reductions in history, the largest reductions. We were the most overpriced. We had the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world, and now we have the lowest prices anywhere in the world. That's all you have to know. And to get that, because Oz said to me, it's going to be very tough. The drug companies are going to be bad, but we had to get the approval of other nations. As an example, I talk about the fat drug. The fat drug, a friend of mine who's extremely fat and very wealthy and very obnoxious. He's a very unattractive individual, actually. But he's extremely smart, very, very successful. He's a highly neurotic person, semi-controlled. I would say, usually I like to say I like a neurotic person, but it has to be controlled. This guy's only semi, but he's in London And he calls me, he goes, President, in New York, I'm paying like $87 for the fat drug. He called it the fat shot. I've given it that name, the fat shot. And I said, well, it's not working too well for you. But he said, I pay $87 in London. In New York, I'm paying like $1,300. So I'm paying $1,300 and $87. What's that all about? And other people would call me the same, but he made a big imprint because he's a very smart guy. He said, you know what, I had it traced. It's made in the same factory. It's made by the same company. Everything's the same except the price. One's $87 and one's $1,300. He said, this is ridiculous. And it did hit me the right way. And we went to town, didn't we, Oz? We went to town. And we shamed the drug prices because they were, for years, said, well, you know, it's research and development. I said, well, it's research and development for them also, right? But we got them. They weren't easy, but we got all of them lined up. But they said it didn't matter. The reason we got them because they said we'd never get the other countries. We had to get approval of the other countries where they'd have to double their prices and triple their prices because we come way down, they go up a little bit because the world is bigger than us, right? So they go up a little bit. So I'd call up, like, as an example, France. I spoke with Macron, right? You know Macron, he's a wonderful guy, president of the country, a nice guy. So I say, Emmanuel, your drug prices are a tiny fraction of ours. We can't have that. We're going to have to raise it. No, Donald, I will not do that. No, you will do it, Emmanuel. No, you'll do it. 100% you're going to do it. No, I will not do it. And this went on for about 2 minutes. I'm saying you will. He's saying he won't. So most people would say he won't do it. Then I said to him, Emmanuel, if you don't do it, I'm going to put a 250% tariff on all wines and champagnes that you ship into our country. And he said, Donald, how dare you? You should not do that. You cannot do that. And I said, no, I'm going to do it. Okay, you have a deal. That was it. And I told Oz couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. And we had the same thing with Germany. We had the same thing with the other countries. I said, look, you're not going to do it. We're going to tariff the hell out of you at double the number that you're talking about. And they all agreed. Every one of those countries agreed. And now you have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest. And that alone should win us the midterms. But, you know, the fake news doesn't like to write about it. They don't even like, I noticed a couple of the cameras went off when I was talking about it. When I'm getting to a really juicy subject, to me, that's a juicy, think of it. I mean, you talk about healthcare, it's all around medicines and everything else. And Byron, how big a deal is that, right? By the way, this guy's going to be a great governor. Okay. Gonna be great. Ag commissioner, you just stand up. What a job he's doing. What a job he's doing. My ag commissioner, who I endorsed a long time. So I just want to thank you all. You guys are doing a great job. Byron, you're going to be fantastic. We have somebody named Ashley who's very respected. Will you please stand up? Senator, our great senator. I suppose you're all leading like a lot, but remember, make it too big to rig. You got to go out and vote. Don't assume anything, you know. We did great in the second election. It was a rigged election, but we did great. And I said, well, I had the ultimate poll because we won the second election by a lot. So that's a good poll. So we did it again. And I said, too big to rig. You got to make it too big. They showed me leading by a lot. I said, don't be fooled. Just go out and vote because they are cheaters. They cheat like hell. But all of you have to do, and really what you want to do is Trump, and I didn't name it. This was named by Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz. I did not name it. Is that right? I said, what is that? TrumpRx.gov, okay? I said, everyone thinks I put my name on it. I don't think I'm going to put my name on medical things. I mean, you know. Medical things can be very dangerous to have your name on, to be honest with you, but it's setting, I guess, records from what I understand. There's never been anything like it. So TrumpRx .gov. Go to it and buy your medicines for very little money. Very little money difference. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I wish the press would talk about it, but the word is out, and it doesn't probably matter that much. The word is out. They don't want to talk about. They only want to talk about the bad. But this is really something that's special. I'm very proud of it. Today, I'm thrilled to announce that starting on July 1st, we will also provide Medicare patients with the coverage for weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Zepbound, Wegovy. It will be available for $50 a month. $50. Wow. Now think of that, $50 a month. So if it was $1,300, now it's $50, and the $1,300 doesn't cover a whole month. So it's really even more than that. So it's now down to $50. So that's where you get it. And also, and you remember when I cut insulin and I got it down to $25 insulin, it was $2,000. And that was before this. That was before this. I'm so glad you mentioned insulin. You know, when I got insulin done, it was at the end of my term and I got it done, but it doesn't kick in statutorily for 2 years. And I said, I better win the election. This is going into the second election because what a job I did. And, you know, insulin was at like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. I got it to $25, but it kicked in about a year and a half, 2 years later. Statutorily, you had to wait a period of time and all of that nonsense. So I said, boy, I better win because if I don't, some guy is going to take credit for something that I did that they could have never done. Lo and behold, the election was rigged. And I saw Biden a year later standing up there saying, I did a great job on insulin. He doesn't even know what the hell. He had no idea. And I was standing there seething. I was watching television. You know what it is to seethe? I seethe a lot. But this is one of the times I was seething. Oz knows that. I was so angry. I said, I did it, and I didn't get credit for it. We did a lot of things we didn't get credit for, but I guess I did because here I am, I'm president. I guess I did. Not only are we taking care of your physical health, we're also taking care of the financial health of our seniors. As you have probably seen, the 401ks and retirement accounts of millions of American seniors are skyrocketing like never before. You know, we're in a war because I think you would agree we cannot let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. Do you agree? Because if you read the fake polls and things, it says, well, it's only a 20% or 25%. It's nonsense. Look at this. I'm talking about all these things you're getting, and you stand up when I talk about you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We can't. But I did something that was, I don't know, foolish, brave, but it was smart. I would do it again. But I thought the numbers would be much worse. I thought the stock market would go down much more. I thought the oil prices would go up much more. I said, but we have no choice. Whether it does or doesn't, I have to do what's right. We can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So I called in Scott Bassett and all of my people, mostly my financial people, and I said, all right, folks, congratulations. We just hit the highest price in the history of the stock market. So I said the Dow would never hit 50 during my 4 years because it was too much of a raise. They thought 6, 7 years out, maybe it could hit 50,000. They said the S&P could never hit 7,000, right, Scott? That would be even more unlikely. Maybe at the end of the 4th year, but probably not. It would be 5, 6 years out. And we hit 50,000 on the Dow before the end of my first year. We hit 7,000 on the S&P before the end of my first year. The stock market is rocking and rolling. Your 401ks are at the highest they've ever been. I don't know how the hell you could be doing badly. But your 401ks are setting records. I have people coming up to me and saying, you've made me a hero to my wife. You've made me a hero. I've had numerous policemen. I had one guy from years ago because I did the same thing. We had the greatest financial markets in the history of our country in my first term. We're blowing it away now. We're blowing everything away. There's never been a country this successful in that sense before. But now I said, okay, you ever do this? Well, you're doing so well. I said, so we just set every record. We have the highest stock market in history. We have things that just go. And by the way, there are more jobs today in our country than at any time in the history of our country by far, right? So, but we have to think a little long term. And I said to Scott and Howard and all of the people that work for me, great people, Jameson, Greer, all of them, I called them in and I said, fellas, congratulations. We have the highest stock market we've ever had. Everyone's doing great. Oil prices were very low. They were 60 and 70. You were buying oil for $2 and even less. Remember, just a couple of months ago, you were at $2 and $1.85. In Iowa, it was $1.85 a gallon. I said, congratulations. Now I'm going to upset the apple cart for you because we have to take a little journey down to a beautiful country known as Iran, and we have to make sure that they don't have a nuclear weapon. We stopped them with the B-2 bombers. If we didn't do that, we would have had a nuclear weapon. Israel would have been blown to pieces. The Middle East would have been blown to pieces. I think Europe would have been blown to pieces. But under what we were doing, I said, look, we're going to have to make this journey. So it's almost like we built up this great thing, and then I said, now we have to break the eggs a little bit, and we have to go and do it. And the only thing that I'm surprised is that I really thought oil would be, Dr. Oz, we talked about it. I thought oil would be much higher than it turned out to be. I mean, it's not low. It's certainly not low. It's going to come crashing down as soon as this war is over, and they're getting decimated. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no leaders. Their leaders are all gone. Very sad. Very fine people. But with all of that, I said we have to do it, so I think you understand. But I am surprised. I thought the stock market would go down by 25%. I thought that oil prices would be at much higher than they are right now. They're not nearly as high as I thought. And we're going to, look, we're winning so big. We're winning again. Their Air Force is gone. Their ships are gone. They have a Navy, 159 ships. That's a pretty good Navy. Within the first week, 159 out of 159 ships are right now lying at the bottom of the sea. Their Navy is gone. And we're discussing, I spoke to him today, we're discussing, it's a little hard to figure out who their leaders are, frankly. You know, their leaders are gone. The first set is gone. The second set is gone. Khomeini was gone. And they were pretty evil people. Not pretty evil, they were evil. They killed 42,000 protesters. 42,000! And in a period of 2 weeks, they killed 42,000 protesters. But we had to get this done, and we're really doing well. We're just winning. If it were a fight, they'd stop it. If this were a fight, they'd stop it. You know that expression, it's true. But they're not coming through with the kind of deal that we have to have, and we're going to get this thing done properly. We're not going to leave early and then have the problem arise in 3 more years. Under 4 years of Crooked Joe, I go crooked and sleepy. Which is better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Ready? Sleepy Joe. Crooked Joe. I love it. It's free polls. You know, if I went to a pollster, they're all phony. If I went to a pollster, I'd pay $1 million for that question. Give me $1 million, sir. And then they don't go to interview. They just put it down, whatever they want. You know? They say, we scoured the countryside. They didn't scour. They sit in their room watching television. They say, oh, let's give Trump a little bit of an advantage that makes him happy. Under 4 years of crooked Joe Biden, the average 401k rose at the rate of $875 a year. Okay, that's something, a little raise. But you know why he rose? Because of me with the 4 years that we had. Because after that, there was nothing. He would have gone down. They took over the momentum of what we created in the first 4 years, which was incredible. Under Trump, so it's $875. Under Trump, the number 875 is the rise, $30,000. So it's $875 versus $30,000. For seniors, that number is $50,000, $60,000, even $70,000 or more a year. That's what you went up. And just yesterday, I signed an executive order that will, for the first time, expand matching IRA contributions to the millions and millions of Americans who lack employer-sponsored plans. Obviously, some of you. And starting next year, every citizen will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and sign up for a high-quality, low-cost IRA so that everyone can benefit from the rising stock market. Go sign up. These are all things that people have been talking about for years, right, Scott? They've been talking about them for years. In 4 years, the Biden administration got less than $1 trillion of new investment. So in 4 years, he got much less than $1 trillion people investing in the country, other countries, other people. In my first 11 months, we secured commitments for more than $18 trillion now pouring into our country from all over the globe. Think of that. Think of that. Less than $1 trillion in 4 years, and 11 months. The 12th month hasn't come out yet. We've been that long enough. But in 11 months, $18 trillion. So that's 18 times more, but think of it, it's really almost 100 times more if you really multiply it out properly. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Congratulations. Core inflation has dropped to a 5-year low, and I tell you, the only thing, we got a little raise with gasoline. It's going to come down lower than what it was. Don't forget, we had that gasoline down to $2 and below $2 in many cases. It's going to come tumbling down. There is so much oil out there. It's pent up. It's locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, a beautiful place. It's, I think they have close to 400 ships loaded up with oil. When all of that gets released, when all of that comes out, these people tried to hold up our country for years and years, the world, by closing up the Strait of Hormuz. When all of that stuff comes out, you're going to see prices dropping on gasoline like you've never seen, and all of that, electricity, gasoline, anything having to do with energy. Grocery prices are way down. Used car prices are way down. Look at eggs. Eggs are down by 4, even 5 times. Remember when I took over, eggs were so high? Remember my first news conference as president of second term? 2 days in, I said, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions? What about eggs? I said, what? Eggs, egg prices are 4 times higher than they were a year ago. I said, I just got here. I've only been here for a day and a half. And we had a problem with eggs. The prices were through the roof. I got them down to now they're lower than they were at the lowest point 4 years ago. Think of that. But I got them down. Does anybody write about it? No. That's why I like doing speeches. You know, they don't write about it, so I do speeches. That way I can talk about it. Sometimes you got to do it yourself. Earlier this year, I directed Fannie and Freddie to buy, you know what that is? Well, where's Bill? Where's Bill Pulte? He's around here someplace. He's done what a great job. He's created $1 trillion value. Look at him over there. He's jumping. Smart guy. During my first term, I was offered, sounds like a lot of money, but it's very little compared to what, less than $100 million to buy Fannie and Freddie. And I said, nope, I don't want to sell it. Don't sell it. They wanted to sell it so badly. And now it's worth over $1 trillion. If I would have sold it, I would have felt like a schmuck, you know, to be honest. It's worth over $1 trillion. What is it, about $1 trillion now, right? He says higher. No, we could have sold it. We could have given it away for nothing, practically nothing. So I directed Fannie and Freddie to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds, bringing interest rates plummeting down from nearly 8% under Sleepy Joe and 6% even lower. And don't forget, we had a hostile Fed. We had a guy, too late. We call him too late. He's too late with interest reductions. Jerome Too Late Powell. We had I haven't figured out, is he a bad guy or a dumb guy? But it doesn't matter. The end result, he's either dumb, bad, maybe he's a combination of both. But in any event, because rates, we would have had them even lower, but we've done great considering that we're fighting. Now we have a great Federal Reserve chair coming in, and he's going to be fantastic, Kevin Warsh. We've reduced the annual cost of a typical new mortgage by $4,000. Think of that, $4,000 a year after decades of other countries stealing our jobs and plundering our wealth, taking advantage of our country like we're a bunch of fools. Thanks to our strong policy on tariffs, I love those tariffs. We cut our gaping trade deficit by 55% this year alone. So we had a trade deficit was massive when I took over. And if you cut it by 1%, 2%, you're considered like a genius. I cut it by 55%. And next year is even better. And that's despite the Supreme Court making me do the tariffs a different way. I cannot believe they did that, but they did it. They shouldn't have done that, but it doesn't matter. I'm doing it a different way, a little more work, a little more time. Pay back $159 billion of the money that you got in. But we're doing it. It's actually very solid. It's 100%, can't be challenged. And we informed the very beautiful country of Germany that because of the fact that they and other European nations have not adhered to our trade deal, they haven't adhered to our trade deal. We have a trade deal that Scott and me and Howard and all our great people, Jameson, we all did a great trade deal, but the European Union has not adhered to it. So we've increased the tariffs on all cars coming into the United States by 25% and trucks. Knowing that if Mercedes and BMW and the truck companies and all of the people out there that send stuff in and didn't pay anything for years, they ripped us off, they took our jobs away from us. Not anymore, it's the opposite. They're all coming back. You know, factories are pouring back into our country, but they're all coming back. But we informed them that we're going to charge them, we're going to increase their tariff to 25%, knowing that if they build their plants in the United States, there is no tariff. They have to hire our great American workers, and there is no tariff. Think of it. And we've added now, we are now building AI plants, all of everything. But we have part of that $18 trillion. But we have more construction going on in what they call plant and equipment than we've ever had before in car plants. We had a period of time that for 25 years we didn't build one plant. They took our car industry away. It went to Germany, Japan, Mexico, Canada. It went to the European Union like crazy. Germany, think of it. It went to the European Union. We went for a period of almost 30 years with barely building a plant. Now we're building more plants for cars and trucks than we've ever built in the history of our country, including prime time from many years ago. They're all coming back because they don't want to pay tariffs. Very simple. Very simple. They don't want to pay tariffs. If you don't want to pay tariffs, that's fine. Build your plant here. Build it in Florida. I don't think of you too much as, you don't need the cars, but build it in Florida. Any place in the United States is okay with me, but they're building them all over our country. We added 186,000 private sector jobs in March. Jobless claims just hit the lowest level since 1969. Think of it, jobless claims. So, since 1969. The lowest level since 1969. And more Americans are working today, as I said, than at any time in the history of our country by far. It's not even close. And with our no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, we're doing something that has never been done. And the consumer, which is you have more money to spend than you have in many, many decades. Very importantly, for our great seniors, I hate to mention this, it's so negative. It's called the estate tax, because nobody in this room will ever die. But just in case you should, if you have children that you love, it's very important. If you don't love your children, then it doesn't matter too much. Who cares? Oh, I know some that won't leave their kids. They hate their kids, but these are bad people. They're usually very wealthy too. I don't know what that's all about. But we have no inheritance tax. We have no death tax. who really it affects is the farmer, the small farmers, medium-sized farmers. They're called land-rich, cash-poor. You know, that beautiful land that's very valuable, but they don't make tremendous income. And they die, they leave it to their children. Their children goes out to the local banker, borrows money to pay the tax because the tax was 50% and more. And they end up losing their farm. In many cases, they love their life. They commit suicide. It's a crazy thing. They lose their whole life and they commit suicide. There's no more of that. So when you die, you leave your farm or your small business to your children. You have no estate tax. You have no death tax. I think that's a big deal. To me, that's a big deal, right? Byron, that's a good one, right? That's good. You know, you want to lead your way of life. You don't want to be forced to sell your farm. Sometimes you can't sell your farm for what they think it's worth, and you have nothing but trouble. What a problem it was. You don't have to worry about it anymore. We made interest on new car loans tax deductible, but only if you buy a car that's made in America. Otherwise, we couldn't care less. That's a big deal. So that you go out and you borrow money to buy a car, and you know, you paid interest, you didn't get, now you get a deduction. That's like 40, 50%. It's like a phenomenal thing. You get 100% deduction on interest. So the interest payments that you make to the bank for the car loan, you're able to deduct that from income tax. Now, it has to be made in America. So go buy American cars or cars that are made in America. And we also created the brand new Trump accounts along with a really fantastic family, the Dell family. Have you used their computers recently? Susan and Michael Dell, well, they're amazing people. He put up $6.25 billion. A lot of people said, I'm going to match him on the 250, but even the 250 is a lot. Think of it. He was the first one. He bought $6.25 billion of these accounts for children all over the country. And it was just announced this morning that it's setting records so that, you know, when your beautiful baby, we have an automatic $1,000 contribution for every newborn child. And it allows everyone to contribute to a tax-free savings account for your grandchildren. A lot of people are buying it for their grandchildren to benefit them. So that after they turn 18, they could have $100,000, $125,000, $150,000, depending on what goes on. And they can be sort of rich. And it's an amazing thing, and it's like a wildfire. It's doing so great, right, Scott? It's been really an amazing thing. And with us today is a grandmother who lives in the Villages named Mary Alice. After a long time in the Mexican real estate and automobile industry, she and her husband retired to the Villages. And thanks to our great, big, beautiful bill, I love that bill. You know, we have 4 years worth of stuff. That's why we call it the great, big, beautiful bill. We were going to have 19 separate bills. And I said to Mike Johnson, John Thune, I said, fellas, the Speaker of the House, head of the Senate, I said, let's try for one big, beautiful, because I don't know, these Democrats are crazy. And it was early. We had a little bit of a honeymoon, just a little tiny bit. I said, let's see if we can get everything in one bill. And everyone said, no way, you're not going to do it. It's the greatest, it's the biggest thing ever passed in the history of our country, the great, big, beautiful. And it should be called the great, big, beautiful tax cut bill. But also we have tremendous regulatory cuts, and that's why your jobs are so good, because all of these people, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, everything, they're able to take regulations with a little bit of a grain of salt. It's not going to put you out of business. There are tremendous regulation cuts, and it's really been amazing. So they just received a tax refund of double the size of anything that they've ever gotten. Think of this, Mary Alice, for years she's gotten peanuts, and now she's gotten a tax of double the size, and in many cases 4 or 5 times the size of anything she ever got before. So Mary Alice is now considered a rich person. Come on up, Mary Alice, say a few words. Come on up. Oh, look at her. She looks good. She's a rich woman. Come on, Mary.
Thank you, President Trump. It's such a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, wait, let me get this out. You want me to get that out? Wait.
Oh, yeah, because I'm really short.
I think you'll be good.
Hi, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank President Trump for everything he's done for all of us. And the big, beautiful bill helped my husband and I so much this year. We were so shocked when we picked up our tax return and the accountant told us how much money we were getting back. We were just thrilled. It was double what we thought we would get. We ended up using some of that money to pay for a new roof. Now, we all know we live in Florida and we all need roofs. So we were able to use some of that money for the new roof, and we're thrilled that we were able to do that and we didn't deplete our savings account. So and this is all because of the no tax on Social Security. And, you know, we live on an income that's fixed. And so we have to be careful how we spend our money. And thanks to President Trump and his administration, we've been able to live a great life here in Florida. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, President.
That's so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Careful, thank you. Wow. That's better than I can do, I'll tell you right now. No, it's a great story. Thank you, Mary Alice. You're really something special. Thank you. Congratulations. But never forget, every single Democrat in Congress voted against no tax on Social Security. They voted against it, every single one. We didn't get one vote positive because they're just like a sick unit of people. Just like the State of the Union speech. I introduced people, the mother of somebody who was slaughtered by an illegal immigrant that came in, slaughtered so horribly, and please stand up. And the mother stands up. She's beside herself. The Democrats are sitting here. They didn't move. They're just sitting here. No. Just sitting here long fast. The Republicans are going crazy there. They're screaming, and they love, they love the woman that they wouldn't clap, or the helicopter pilots that did so well in Venezuela, a great, incredible military achievement. And he was shot in the legs, bringing down a lot of men in the helicopters, a big Chinook. Then he was shot in the legs, and you operate those things with the legs more than anything else. And he was very badly hit hard in the legs, and he brought that helicopter down, and then he says, "Take over, because I'm going to be passing out now," after it was perfectly landed in exactly the location they had to be. Otherwise, we could have had a problem like Jimmy Carter had. You remember that problem with helicopters crashing back and forth? It was not good, but that was Venezuela. How good did that work out, right? And we introduced him, handsome guy, beautiful looking guy. We introduced him. We gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor. The first time it's ever been done at a State of the Union. We gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor. And the Democrats sat there like a bunch of dead people. They didn't move. And I called them out. I said, "You people are crazy. There's something wrong with you." But they voted against income tax cuts for seniors. They voted in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country. They wanted the largest tax hike in the history of our country. They also created the catastrophic inflation that I told you about, worst really in our history. If congressional Democrats had their way, Florida seniors would be paying higher taxes, higher prices, while Republicans have given you much lower taxes, much lower prices. You use the word affordability, but I was the one that received these high prices. It's amazing. I come into office and I say, "Wow, look at how high these prices are." And the Democrats start screaming, "Affordability, affordability." They're the ones that caused the problem. I'll tell you one thing. They got one good line of bullshit. That's one thing I'll say about it. They are so bad. They are so bad. It's true. Affordability. It's the first time I heard the word. I'm 2 days in, and I watch this sleazebag, one of these crazy congressmen, get up, and he's being interviewed. He said, "Affordability, prices are too high." I've just got there. but we brought prices way down. They gave us tremendously high prices, and they'll give them to you again. They take over. You have to get out and vote in the midterms because they'll give them to you again. And we're pleased to be joined today by some of those great warriors from the House and Senate, including someone who is representing your great state really well. And I introduced her just briefly before, but she's fantastic. She's a great person, a great senator, Ashley Moody. Thank you for being here, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. And I also want to introduce Randy Fine, who's back there, Kat Kamek, who's over here, Daniel Webster, who, by the way, is retiring. I don't like that. Where's Daniel? You're around here someplace. Daniel, stand up, Daniel. What a career. He's retiring. And I know we have a good Republican taking your place, if that's possible to take your place. Thank you, Daniel. Great career. We appreciate it. Long time. How many years? Long time. He's been there a long time. A great gentleman. And a man who never stops fighting for the state of Florida. I know it. He is a fighter. Byron Donalds. Byron. Special. Special guy. Thank you. Thank you. He's so far ahead in the polls, I don't have to ask him to come up. I would ask him, but when you know, my theory is when you're up by more than 20 points, I don't want to waste the time. Okay, is that all right? He's killing him. Another great friend of mine, Florida Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson, who's running and going to be great. He's a great guy. And the Florida CFO, Blas Ingolia. Blas, where are you? Yes, Blas, thank you. Thank you, good job. We're also joined by very much of a legend. He's really an amazing guy. He straightens you out mentally, probably has his own problems, but we don't have to know about that. But we've all grown up watching him. I've watched him for so many years. I did a show before the election, and I thought I was sort of doing him a favor by doing him the show. I said, I'm hotter than he is. Why the hell should I do a show? But I did it, and I have never had such a response as I had on that show. Where's Dr. Phil? Are you here? Come here. Come here, Dr. Phil. No, I did his show. Wow. Come on up here, Dr. Phil. Get up here. Give them a little lecture, but very short. Give them a little lecture on life. Talk about life for 2 minutes or less.
Well, hello. I had a different reaction than the president when I told my wife I was coming to the Villages. She said, oh, no. No. Not without me, you're not. Those people are crazy partiers. She says, Robin says, give you her love. She really wanted to be here, but we have grandchildren, so I'm now 5th in line. By the way, Mr. President, I've given that cognitive test that he took. I used to administer those, where you give them 9,000 divided by 2, 6, 7. I recall one guy did that about the president's age. Took about 6 minutes to go through it. I said, so what's your answer? He said, a small wire-haired terrier. So great that he got that done. No kidding. Listen, I really do want to take a chance to talk about this a little bit, because what the president is doing here is really something you got to think about differently. He's restoring trust between Americans and the government, because you understand you understand that this was, your benefits were never supposed to be taxed to begin with. That was the deal the American government made with the American people. And from 1935 until 1983, that was the deal. And then they changed the deal. That wasn't what you started with. That wasn't the deal. And President Trump is trying to bring the deal back and say you can trust your government to do what they tell you they will do. President Trump is fighting to restore trust between Americans and the government. And he's trying to right a wrong here. One of the things that President Trump does is he tries to solve problems that nobody else is even working on. They're not even working on this stuff, and he's solving those problems. He's solving the problems other people, they're not even working on. This taxation is double. It's double taxation. Workers pay their 6.2% with after-tax dollars and then are taxing them again, which is patently unfair. You're paying taxes twice. And he's not willing to say that. And seniors are vulnerable because you have fixed incomes and no ability to earn your way out of a broken tax promise for a tax burden. And he's fighting for that so you don't have to do that. And I think everybody should recognize he's fighting for something you can't fight back for. And that is so important. And it's really critical that this simplifies everything. And people will say, well, it's going to cost money. That was the deal. That was why they changed the deal. It didn't have anything to do with taxes. It had to do with trying to increase revenue. If we'll just let him go track down the fraud money, it'll more than pay for this 10 times over. It will more than pay for this to stop the fraud in America. Stop the fraud in America. And here's a little reminder. Here's a little reminder in case your mind is playing tricks on you. You matter. You are important. And you are important to this president. I know him, and you are important to this president. And I will tell you a quick story. We win. The end. You know, I've spent most of my life, certainly as a professional, actually since I was 12 years old, studying why people do what they do and don't do what they don't do. And I can tell you that in studying that, I have found out what makes people champions. And I know what makes him a champion. I can tell you, people that are champions play the game with passion. They play the game with passion. They surround themselves with like-minded people who understand why they feel so strongly about what they do. They tell themselves the truth. They deal with the truth when it comes up. And I didn't come down here just to stand up and say a few things and get a little golf clap from everybody and say, nice speech. I wanted to come down here because I want you to remember what I'm saying about President Trump and not getting taxed on your Social Security benefits and about his leadership. I want you to remember that on May 1st, the bald guy came up and told you that this is important and we've got midterms coming up and you need to make sure that not only you vote, but find 10 people and make sure that they vote. Because we have a president that stopped apologizing for America and started taking pride in this country. I don't want you to just hear me. I don't want you to just hear me and give me a little golf clap. I want you to hear me and say, on this day, we decided we are marching for the USA. We are marching for the USA, and we are marching for this president. March for the USA. March for the USA. Thank you, guys.
That was a good job. Thank you, Phil. That was great. So just in finishing up, I just want to say, Phil, that was fantastic. Thank you. So true. You weren't supposed to be paying those taxes, but now you're not. So today we delivered the huge win for our great fishermen and anglers here in Florida. I don't know how many people fish. Does anybody fish? We've just officially approved something they've been looking for a long time, all state permits for the 2026 red snapper recreational season. For years, our great fishermen have been punished with very short federal fishing seasons despite record high fish populations, and the states are begging, they're just begging, and the people are begging to get going. We want to go fishing, and the incompetent Biden administration tried to shut down the oceans for our fishermen. We love and respect our fishermen. Unlike the Democrats, we'll only do them good. So to all of those who fish red snapper and other fish, Trump and Noah are delivering for you. So just enjoy it. We're all set. It's all done. You got fish. If you catch some extra fish, enjoy it. We got plenty of fish. There are a lot of fish in the ocean. I don't know where they came up with that one, but there's a lot of fish. You know, the environmental catastrophes that they've done to this country is just terrible. Starting on day one, we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border and created the most secure border in the history of the United States of America, with 0 illegal aliens having come into our country in the last 11 months. 0. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. I hate to even say it. It sounds like sort of terrible, but think of it, the murder rate. Who talks about that? But crime has gotten so bad during the Biden administration. It was the largest number of murders that we've ever had. Now we had the lowest number of murders in our country in 125 years. Think of that. All the way back to 1900. We cut the flow of fentanyl across the border by 63%. Think of that. And it doesn't come in at all by water. I wonder why. By water, we're down 97%. And we're all looking for the 3% because we consider them the bravest people anywhere in the world. You saw what we had to do. For years, they would get a boat, they'd bring them in, they'd book them, and they'd let them go. And he'd go back, and they'd go back to wherever they came from in South America. They'd be taking a boat in the next day. No, we stopped it. It was enough. We're down 97% in fentanyl by sea. Think of that. And we unleashed American energy with those beautiful words, those gorgeous words that probably helped me get elected. It's lucky we have all that oil because we're selling a lot of it now. Those ships are coming up instead of the Hormuz Strait. They're coming up. Those ships are coming up by the hundreds. They're loading up in Texas, Louisiana, Alaska. But we had those beautiful words. We have plenty of oil. We have more oil. We have double the oil. If you add up Saudi Arabia and Russia, we're more than double what they produce together. Think of that. The words are drill, baby, drill. And as you can see, we rebuilt our great military in my first term and spent over $1 trillion of investment over the last very short period of time. And despite the fact that they embarrassed us in Afghanistan by leaving a lot of equipment behind, those fools, but it was still a lot of equipment, but not a lot compared to what we did. But we rebuilt it during my first term and my first year. And I didn't know we'd have to use it this much, but if you look at what we've done, I mean, Venezuela is considered one of the greatest military movements in history. There's never been anything like it. And frankly, we're doing just about as well in Iran, but I don't like talking about it until the jobs are finished. Let's not talk about anything until it gets finished. But think of it, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their whole place is gone. And then we get people to say that we're not winning. You know, we get the radical left to say, we're not winning, we're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know the truth? It's treasonous.
He went there.
So we rebuilt our military. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world, and we've proven that. In Venezuela, we're proving it right now in Iran. They're looking, they're saying, what the hell is this? This should have been done, Iran, by other presidents long before me, and it should have been done by other countries, too. And we got no help from NATO. We got no help, zero from NATO. You know, we spent trillions of dollars on NATO. We got no help. We didn't need it, but we got none. I said, would you like to come? Yeah, you're fired. He said, fire him. No, they know they got problems. No, it was a paper tiger. We got critical race theory out of our schools. We abolished DEI all across our federal government. Our people are prospering again. Our country is winning again, and America is respected again, perhaps respected more right now than ever before. And if you go back 1 year, 1.5 years, we were a laughingstock all over the world. We had a president that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. The whole thing was ridiculous. Couldn't walk upstairs or downstairs. Now, I'm very careful when I say this, because there'll be a day when I may go down, and I don't want to be too strong on that, because if it happens, I want to just pop up and say, hi, everybody, how you doing? But he fell excessively. He fell more than any human. I think he set a record, most falls in history. Nah, he was a laughingstock. The falls were the least of it. He was an absolute, what they did to our country. I'm telling you, we wouldn't have a country. We couldn't have stood another year of it. With the borders. Our borders were being, that wasn't people coming, that was an invasion of our country. 11,888 murderers, 50% of which, more than that, killed more than one person. These are the people they allowed into our country. The good news is we're getting them back, and we're getting them out. We're getting them out. And I want to thank Border Patrol, and I want to thank ICE for the abuse that they have to take from the Democrats. That's nice. They'll be happy to hear that. That's very nice. Very nice. Thank you. They'll be happy to hear that. They watch. I mean, ICE, the job they have, Border Patrol, the job they have. Think of it, the border, 11 months. 0 people came through our border. 0. And those charts are made up by Democrats. They don't even try. The answer is, that used to be thousands, hundreds of thousands of people lined up trying to break into our country. Now there's nobody. You have these plazas, there's nobody in them. They don't, because they know they're not coming in. But the job that Border Patrol and ICE, and then they get ridiculed and defunded. They will defund your police. If they had free reign, the Democrats will defund your police. We cannot. This is what they're doing with ICE. This is what they're doing with Border Patrol. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will pass the great health care plan, stop all payments to big insurance companies, and give the money directly to the people to buy their own health care, which will be a much better health care at a much lower price than ours. You're working on that. It's one of the most popular things. The problem is that Democrats will not vote for it because they're owned by these big insurance companies. They're owned, lock, stock, and barrel. We want to pay the money not to the insurance company, but to the people directly to the people, a health savings account, directly into that account, and you go out and buy your own much better health insurance at a much lower cost. Money left over will crush violent crime. We have done an unbelievable job on crime. Impose harsh new penalties for repeat offenders, crack down on Marxist prosecutors, rogue judges, and end deadly sanctuary cities, which is basically only to protect criminals. It's a sanctuary for criminals. And we will end one of the worst things that's happened in our country. It's just absolutely hurt our country so badly. No cash bail. They go in, they murder somebody, they're out on the street in another 15 minutes after going into a court. No bail, no cash bail. as a disaster. We'll end it, and we will defend America's borders. We'll pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election. Because all voters must show voter ID, all voters must have proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And we will also enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports. And did you ever hear of something like that? You know, I'm just, as I say it a lot. Can you imagine 15 years ago saying that? There will be no men in women's sports. People would say he's crazy. There's something wrong with that guy. It's a real fight. I watched one of these local congressmen the other day saying, we must have men in women's sports. The whole thing is crazy. You ever see the weightlifting records? It's like a 112-pound difference. A record stands for 19 years. And a woman, great athlete, beautiful woman, slightly muscular, slightly, a little bit more than normal, but she's a great weightlifter and stood for 19. They put an eighth of an ounce on one side of the barbell, an eighth of an ounce on the other. She's going for Olympic gold, and she wants to qualify. It's easy. It's going to be easy. She's better than the other women. And she gets up and she works and she works, and my wife hates when I do this. My wife, our great first lady, how about it? She's a movie star now. Can you believe it? Terrible. I don't know if I'm happy about that or sad about that. But no, she had the #1 movie. You saw that, Melania. And then it was #1 streaming, and I said to her, no family can have 2 stars. What do you think about that, Dr. Phil? No family can have 2 stars, Dr. Phil. This is not a good situation. I don't like it. Dr. Phil would tell me I'm right, but don't say it. No, she's done a great job, but she hates it when I do the thing on weightlifting. She says it's so unpresidential. And she hates when I dance, too, at the end, too. She hates when I dance to what's sometimes referred to as the gay national anthem. You know that. She hates it. You know, that song was #5 32 years ago, and it went to #1 32 years later. There's never been anything like it. It never hit #1. It was #5 32 years ago, and it went to #1 for months during the last months of the game. We love that song. But she goes, darling, please. You know, she's a very elegant woman. She goes, darling, please don't dance. It's not presidential. I said, it may not be presidential, but I'm leading by 20 points in the poll, so something. But she particularly hates the image of me showing sweat and strain of the young woman trying to win the weightlifting contest against a group of women and one gentleman who decided to go on to the other side. He transferred to the other side. And transgender anyone? And she got up. And her mother was down there. Oh, her mother was so proud with the American flag, a little American flag, like, remember George Foreman, the great George Foreman, had that little tiny flag when he went. She had one of them too. And she was screaming for her child, who was a weightlifter, a real good one. And she got up and she grabbed it. She grabbed it. Oz is a big physical fitness guy. And she got it. Come on, baby, you can do it. The mother's screaming. The father didn't care because he doesn't believe that his daughter can beat the person that's coming up next. The father's saying there's no way she's beating that guy. So she gets up and she's ready. Now she's just got to do that fun. She's almost home. 1/8 of a pound more on each. 1/8, just a tiny little bit. Come on, darling. The mother's screaming like crazy. Darling, I love you, darling. Mom, I can't do it. Mom, couldn't do it. She failed. She was devastated. And then a young lady comes up, who was a young man just a little while ago. And he was actually a very poor, he was a weightlifter, but he was at one of the worst in the country. He was the lowest rung, about as low as you can get. So he transferred over to the other side. And He stood over that big barbell, and he looked at it. The guy could have lifted another 150 pounds. The whole thing is crazy, okay? But the Democrats want men to play in women's sports. And I won't go into swimming or anything else, but the whole thing is ridiculous. And we want no transgender surgery and mutilation of our children. So with the help of everyone in the villages, I only got 97% of the vote. You know, we're still looking for that 3% also. Could all of those that voted for, don't forget I had to run against two candidates. One was Sleepy Joe, and then he petered out. You know, typically when you're 30 points down, you're not going to win. Think of it. It's like you're in a fight. UFC, the great Dana White, you're in a fight. The fighter's being just absolutely killed, and they take him out, give you another guy to beat. That's not. So they gave me another guy by the name of Kamala. And they said she'll have a 6-week honeymoon period, and then they'll get to know her. And it's true. Remember, she had a little honeymoon period, and she wouldn't do interviews. She wouldn't do. I said there must be something wrong with her. Why wouldn't she do even favorable interviews like Dr. Phil? Dr. Phil would have done an interview. I don't know if he would have been so nice to her. Actually, he might have been tough. He might have been tough on her, Phil. But so then I had Kamala. We beat Kamala by a landslide. Think of it. We won every swing state. We won all 7. They said Trump could win 3 swing states and still win the election. He's leading by so much, he could win. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College in a landslide. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the popular. You know, I hated the first time. We won the popular vote the first time, too, by a lot, by millions. But they had me down a little bit in the popular vote, and they'd always introduce me. Donald Trump, who lost the popular vote. This is the way I got to always introduce. That's why I said, I got to win the popular vote. You know, it's all about the Electoral College. But every time they introduced me, they'd say, ladies and gentlemen, a man who lost the popular vote, but he's president. This is the way I got introduced, you know? So I said, I don't like that. So we won the popular vote by a lot. With all their cheating, that was popular vote AC. You know what AC means? After cheating. We still won it. Because they cheat like hell. That's what they do best. They cheat on elections. Look, if they did, in all fairness to them, if they didn't cheat, it would be impossible to win. You don't win when you have open borders, when you have men and women's sports, when you have the transgender, think of this, transgender mutilization of your children. Oh, please vote for me. I'm all in favor of transgender mutilization of your child. You don't win the kind of things, weak on crime, high on taxes. They voted against all of these tax cuts that we got you. They voted against. They didn't vote against because they thought they were doing something good. They voted against because I was in favor. Anything I'm in favor, I'm telling you, I'm going to run a much different campaign. I'm going to oppose all of those things that are really, really good. We're going to win. We're going to get such Democrat support, you're not going to believe it. They have no clue. But we're going to keep on fighting for American seniors. We've done more for the senior than any other person ever in this office. And we're going to keep on winning for America. We'll honor 250 years of independence, liberty, and freedom. We have it coming up. And we've made our country great. You know, we'll never, ever disrespect MAGA, Make America Great Again. But, you know, when you think about it, Make America Great Again, America is now great. So to say Make America Great Again, but I'm still not getting rid of MAGA. We're not getting rid, because MAGA is the greatest slogan, the greatest branding, the greatest anything in the history of politics of any country. You remember last time, because we were doing so well, I had a potential slogan, Keep America Great. So instead of Make America Great Again, it was Keep America Great. Here's the problem, CAG. I said, that doesn't work. CAG. And I just couldn't get away. And then I did polls. Would you rather have MAGA, Make America Great Again, or CAG? Keep it. And everyone says, we want MAGA, we want MAGA. But what we do have is a new kind of a thing. It's America is back. And that's really true. America is back. Bigger, better, and stronger than ever. It's back bigger, better, and stronger than ever. And just to put it in some words that you've heard before, together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America, Dr. Oz, healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. The villages. Thank you.
Well, you guys probably don't know this. I'm going to tell you something. Many of you may not know at this point. I was telling SV and telling Robin, because she's like, "Are we going to make our dinner reservations?" I'm like, "I don't know," because this guy just went on and on and on. Did he look worried? I'm just asking a question. Did he look worried? Nope. In fact, he felt so comfortable, he said some things that you're going to see in the news, and he's gonna get in trouble for what he said. They're going to come for him. I know it. When he was talking about the song that was, I guess, number 5 32 years ago, that ended up being number 1 when he was running, because he's talking about, obviously, YMCA. And he called it the gay anthem. And I don't know if they had a problem. And I want to show you something. He said they're insane. I've told you they're insane. I want you to get a load of this. Let me make sure I got the right button here. SV had sent me this, but now it's being covered on, on television. Some guy climbed up on the top of some bridge. I don't know if this is New York or wherever it is. I'll ask SB where it is. And he's standing up on the top of some bridge, and they called an emergency, and they've got Coast Guard boats and everything out there trying to get this guy to come off this bridge. These people are gonzo, double live gonzo. And I'm like, emergency, leave him there. He climbed his ass up there. Leave him there. Go home. Go to dinner. If he comes down, good. If not, so what? Just splat. We don't care. SV, you know him, man? Did you know him?
Oh my God, that was a bridge near DC. I'm looking at the post.
It's in DC. But
they've lost out picking minds.
Just, I was watching on the monitor. There was a commercial that's being run for the May Day, and it was Jane Fonda, Bette Midler, Mark Ruffalo, Robert De Niro talking about, tax the rich. And I'm giving it the RCA dog. Like, wait a second.
Aren't they all rich? They're all rich, aren't they?
De Niro's worth $500 million.
Well, maybe you can get some platform shoes with that kind of money.
Bette Midler's worth $290 million. And I'm thinking to myself, I stopped. I didn't even bother looking up Jane Fonda, because she's got to be up there too because of her dad and everything. I'm like, wait a second. How idiotic are these people in these movements, per se, that they don't even understand the people leading them are, well, they're billionaires, but not that far away. Crazy.
Yeah.
So just want to let you guys know.
You got a dinner engagement, so I know you got to roll. So I asked you, you got to stop these short shows, Barry. I mean, come on, you got to go a little bit longer. I can't handle it.
Yeah, this one's going to be 4.5 hours too. All right, let me cut. I did want to tell you that if President Trump looked like he was in a hurry, well, he didn't really look like he was in a hurry, but he has got an event down here in Palm Beach at 6:30. I mean, after doing all that at 6:30, he ain't never gonna make it. No, not gonna. People there are gonna be sitting around for like an hour. But in any event, SV, I'm gonna probably put that on an automated feed because Robin's got dinner plans. I'm not sure. We'll see what happens because he ain't gonna be there at 6:30. No, not a chance.
All right.
But
well, if you have something on live, I'll check out the chat. Yeah. Have a great evening.
Yeah. Let me go ahead. You too. Let me go ahead and do super chats and we can depart. I don't know. SB, I think there's one guy who does some, Agenda Free TV. He does some long shows, but I don't know many people that do 4-hour shows. But anyway, all right, let's see where we are with this. Okay. Alice, I appreciate you bringing us the news we can trust. Thank you very much. Chiosop, my friend, Trump has done so many things. There's not enough protesters and signs to cover it all. There's only one side of each thing he has accomplished. They hate. Yep, everything. Did you notice when he was talking, another slip? Maybe it's a slip. When he says, I'm gonna run on this. Like, run on what, bro? You're done. This is it. I caught that when he was talking. He goes, I think I'm gonna run on this. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know if you guys caught that. Pekovsky, 47 in Chicago. My head is cold. Oh my gosh, that's really cold. John C. Press went for English 2 for deportation. Pekovsky again, thank you. Funny how people know more about socialism than us who lived in it. These kids are dumb. I hate calling people dumb, but they're dumb. A guy I know told me that, Chiosop, that if millionaires are bad, I told him his mommy left him a house worth 1.8, so he must hate himself. He crawled back to his rock. Good point. Oh my gosh, these people are dumb. Buddy, Chicago Red. Yes, I need to check in with those ladies and see what's going on. They're always hungry because they can never... I can't say that. Thank you, though. Nikki, I rebuke these unclean spirits in the name of King Jesus. The wicked lay their traps, dig their pits, and then fall into them. Strong. Nikki, again, when we see this craziness, we need to thank the Lord again for yes, we do, for the miracle. We couldn't have known just how deep and filthy the swamp is otherwise. And it's going to get worse. I just wanted to let you know and show you some of these things. You now have a caged animal or a cornered animal, and this animal has nowhere to go. They all know it. They all know they're completely done. And so now we're going to see the fangs and claws come out because it's going to be very, very dangerous. So govern yourself accordingly. Was this Mark? I am a rational man. If I have good ideas, I will listen to what you have to say. There are no JFK type Democrats out there. Tell me what your ideas are. Maybe I consider you. No, not Orange Man bad. It's not working, Scooter. They can't. You hit the nail on the head. If you even try to talk to them and you peel back just a bit of a layer, they fall apart. They can't discuss anything. It's absolutely mind-boggling how bad it is. Bible reading with Tyler for Bibles. Thank you, Barry. I have schizophrenia, but I bought a home at 20 with Jesus for $38K, and I have a programming job because of Jesus. There's plenty of opportunities here in America. God bless you, and Jesus loves you, Barry. Thank you very, very much. And God bless you as well. Buddy, please remind us what LBG stated about black folks after he signed it. I'm not saying it because the people here won't like me saying it. But look it up. Yeah, you know what I mean. You definitely have heard it for sure. And WAHEP, new name. You mean the same Democrat Party that were terrorizing black Americans, preventing them from voting, but the Republicans are the racists. You can't fix stupidity. Nope, not at all. Nope, not at all. Marcon, black does not always equal blue. And I think that's what they're really, really concerned about is that blue vote that they just considered in their hand, now they're in trouble. And again, we only have to pick off a little. We don't need to win the black vote. Let's just get, 6 or 7 more %, and it's over. Ed, Barry, I believe you are correct. President Trump in Mar-a-Lago, so Iran might become mega golf course this weekend. At any time, he could just tell Pete Hegseth and General Kane it's time, and now he's going to be out of D.C. this weekend. He's got an event in Palm Beach this evening, and then he'll be here at Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago. People get mad at me because I pronounce it wrong. Tomato, tomato. A.J. Al Phelps, thank you. John Robison, the Democrats' consistent, complete insanity only increases our victory. MAGA is here to stay for a lot of years. Go MAGA. Love your show. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Franco, what will the climate activists say if Iran gets a nuke and blows up Israel and all the radiation pollution spreads? Shh, don't tell them. They're right now they're focusing on no kings and no billionaires as they're being funded by billionaires. Crazy. Franco again. Oh, where'd the second one go? I think Trump administration should sue all school districts with failing grades or sending children to protest for misusing federal funds. Agreed. Horrible. Tania, Barry, do you wish you would have attended this rally? It's 3 hours away. So I knew if we went up there, we'd be standing in line and then do all that. He's been down here a few times. He was here in Boca, excuse me, before the election, and he was also in Miami. That was one heck of an event in Miami. Let's see. Lori, Fanfare family, could you please include my son in your prayers? His birthday is tomorrow, and his demons of addiction are raging. Thank and much love always. Thanks for all the insights, Barry and SV. Lori, yes, absolutely. We'll pray for your son. Pray for your son for sure. And lastly, Ed, they put Trump signs in Pennsylvania Dutch, and all the Amish voted. God bless you and everyone. Yep, and I love Amish country. So I'm going to check out of here, but before we do, let's check into our brother up on the bridge here, who's just sitting there. He got nothing to do, and he's flying his little ribbon there or whatever, and they're worried about it, and they've got boats underneath, but just go home, leave him there. He looks like he's having a good time. Don't worry about it. It's going to get dark. It might get even a little windy, and if it gets a little windy, then he might learn how to fly. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I'll see if I can automate this feed tonight for dinner that he's going to be at. It's an event just to let you guys know. The event he is at tonight, which he's going to be late for, if you want to run out and grab something, it is, let me make sure what it's called here. Tonight his event is President Trump speaks, so he's going to be speaking. It just says at the Forum Club of the Palm Beaches. So that was scheduled for 6:15, and there is no way he's going to be there at 6:15, not from Ocala. So we shall see. You guys have a good evening if I don't talk to you in a little while.
Thank you.